information. Thank you.
Member Jo Alexander, just late yesterday, she's another employee, so she'll probably be joining us in about an hour. And we have member Jane Hindle online in Australia.
Morena.
Warmer there where you are, Jane. It's pretty cool here, but the sun's shining.
It's 11 degrees here.
Oh, just a tad warmer than us. Right, so we don't have any apologies. I have conflicts here. Tyler for item 7.4K, which is the Tuna Centre application for the Mardi Gras 2027. And we have Jane Hindle on page 77. Yeah, Tucker Thompson, Sale Training Trust anyway. And I have to acknowledge the amazing picture of you in the application on page 114, Jane. Very nice. And Arohanui Allen, a Māori War councillor, I do recall you originally presented to us in item 7.4J, which is the playground.
Yes, my baby attends that one.
On page 486. So those three conflicts. Any other conflicts that I can put top on? Okay, so moving straight into public forum, we do have somebody here to speak to us for the electric vehicle charges. Online, okay, that's appropriate. Lena, who do we have there?
Vikram.
Okay. We'll pass over to you.
You're still muted, Vikram.
Oh, sorry. Kira, good morning all, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this meeting. From Meridian Energy, we're New Zealand's largest renewable electricity generator. And the reason for this, the session that I've requested is to just talk a little bit about what's happening in the electricity sector in terms of specifically for electric vehicle charging, and in what we want to sort of present today. So I'll quickly open up the short presentation that I have, and I'll also be open to any questions that you may have. So please feel free to ask any questions regarding today's presentation. So can you see my screen?
Okay.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do with public charging is the fact that you probably have seen in the last couple of months how volatile the fuel industry has been, with nothing to do with New Zealand, but whatever happening in the Middle East. But we here are having to pay the price for it because we're so dependent on overseas fuel market. So one way to be resilient in long term, and also what's happening with the transportation sector, is electric vehicles are becoming a good choice for most of the everyday people. I mean, the facts don't lie. Majority of the Kiwis, they drive about 30 to 40 kilometers a day. They're not really towing every day, and most have electricity at home as well. But large part of the population also, they may not have the funds to have a charging system at home. It could be an apartment, it could be a rental, and not necessarily want to take the headache of maintaining this charging system for the vehicle. And they're sort of used to pulling up to a petrol station for 5 minutes and then going about their day. So what we're trying to do is, how do we sort of help build infrastructure for the next 10, 15 years, because by then almost 90% of the new vehicles sold will be electric vehicles. Very rare it's going to be like pure petrol diesel engines. And this is part of the history. Last 100 years ago, the same thing happened with horse and carriages, and people went to locomotives. But building infrastructure takes a lot of time, and that's why we want to reach out to the community and present, what we're trying to do, and what we're already doing, by the way, with other parts of the country, and hopefully we can hear some feedback, ask any questions, and move further. So to talk a little bit about Meridian, we're 100% renewable, so we don't have any coal or gas power plants, and all of our electricity that we power through the electric vehicles can be tracked to renewables. So you kind of feel good that, even though some people online make a joke that you're burning coal to charge your electric vehicle, it's not necessarily true for Meridian, because they are certified tracked renewable generator. So and the advantage that we're wanting to present to the community is, with petrol or diesel vehicles, you pull up in a forecourt, grab a muffin and go about the day. But with electric vehicles, it's not the case. Generally speaking, a fast electric vehicle charging system takes about half an hour to 45 minutes. And during the time, drivers will not necessarily be in the car. They want to go out, use the washroom, buy some coffee. If there's some souvenirs, they would generally want to get out there. So there is a bit of a change in habit. People generally stop at a town if there is a charging system. So there's a lot of benefits of having a reliable charging system in town, because it brings, travelers from outside the town. It could be international travelers or just the local community who just want to go out, fill up the car, grab a coffee, and so on. So I think there's going to be a change in bit of habit, but we're already seeing, the good uptake of utilization, and we are hearing feedback that we would like to have chargers more accessible, 24/7. So we don't tell people when they want to charge, and also they want to have charging system where they're closer to shops and amenities rather than somewhere in sort of like a reserve forest or something like that. And because you're kind of stranded there for half an hour, 45 minutes, you want to make sure that the public, especially with people with families and the older demographic, feel safe when they're charging. So we're trying to reach out to the community boards and say, hey, do you have any sites that would kind of fit the mark? And we're not asking a lot, easy access, good paved car park if possible, walkable distance to shops and amenities. And then Meridian will fund all of the infrastructure. We're looking at close to $400,000 per site, completely on us. We don't expect any sort of money from the community, and we maintain it because these chargers will have their own billing system. Things can break, but we have 24/7 support. So that takes away the headache of you guys having to manage anything. And in return, we also compensate per car park for the access. It's not a lease, it's more just an access for the term of 15 or 20 years, so that it's more like a partnership, and we want to have you guys together in the journey. And that's pretty much, it's just bringing confidence to people who are thinking of buying electric cars, that your local community has got this infrastructure. So if you want to make a switch to electric car, even if it's a second-hand Leaf for $10,000, you should feel confident about. So that's pretty much the journey that I wanted to sort of bring to you guys today, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
And we are going to have a workshop on this later in the day, so it's a fine opportunity for people to ask questions now. I'm sure there will be some. Jane.
Kia ora, Vikram, thank you for that. Just a quick question for you. One of the challenges we found in Whangarei, my husband and I both have electric cars, is that when the unit needs repair, it does take quite a long time to get the repairs done, like sometimes several weeks. What commitments do you have to bring additional, technicians up to ensure, because we've got big distances in the north. What are your plans for that?
Good question, Jen. And I want to be clear. So there are, there is another power company who probably you may have heard, may have already some infrastructure in far north, and in Bay of Plenty and so on. We're sort of playing catch up. Meridian, it's just getting started. We now have 500 charging points. But to answer your questions, we do have a 800 number where people can call and report, but also our chargers are tracked live through our back end. But let's say in Wellington, we had a recent case of vandalism where someone, I think it was 2 people who went and damaged about 18 chargers of ours, cut the cable and tried to sell the copper out to scrap. Generally, we are prepared for that, be it in terms of the stock, but also we use local contractors, so not necessarily us sending people from our head office. We use local contractors who are based in the town to go out and fix. And going further, I think when more and more people are going to be driving electric, it's going to become critical infrastructure because, someone's pregnant, wanting to go to the hospital, someone's sick and wanting to, go to see a doctor. And so you got to understand that sometimes people's lives are going to be depending on how fast and how reliable these charges can be. So we're very much focused on keeping our system reliable, and I think this is going to become part of the fuel industry because everything is going to become electric in the next near future.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Jane, at the moment? Jane.
Just one quick question. Will you be looking at putting on any locky dot things as well around the area, or is it just cars?
Sorry, can you please repeat that?
Will you be looking to put in any of the bike locky dot systems? I think you've got them in, is it Whangarei, where you can charge your electric bikes as well?
That's probably from a different provider. So at the moment with Meridian, we're focusing only on the cars, and we're sort of focusing on journey charging, not business charging. So these are very high capacity. They cost about $100,000 each. I mean, we want to kind of stick to closer to state highway within 1 or 2 kilometers. So it's more like people wanting to go in and out of the town can stop by and utilize the charges and also spend some time in the town.
Yeah.
Kia ora. What happens at the cessation of the lease? Do you guys commit to, if you don't get a renewal, do you commit to removing everything from the site?
Yep. So it's a 15-year sort of lease that we look. It's not a lease, sorry, I'd have to correct that. It's more like an access. So we're not going to be part of any sort of land lease or anything such. It's just that we're having access to the car park. But at the end of the term, that's right. So we generally, we present to say, can we extend another 5 years to push it to 20? But if mutually we don't want to do that, we pretty much pack up everything. The transformers, let's say if we fund for that infrastructure stays, because that's going to be between the landowner and the lines company. So, we're almost like free issuing a transformer for you guys, but that's pretty much stays. But the charges and all of that will be taken back and the site will go back to the restoration.
Esther, I just wanted to say that I'm in a custodian role today with this paper, so if there is any technical questions, it's really good to address them now. Thank you.
Roddy, did you hear me?
No. It's like two fossil brain channels.
The electric bike ones I'm interested in because we do have trails up here. But my question is, your focus seems to be around our close to shops and amenities. We are very rural in the far north, and have you considered beaches and parks? Because we don't only own car parks, we do own quite a large number of reserves around the district. And even though they may not have power to them, some of them definitely do. And of course our beaches are heavily used and all year round, not just in summer. So have you looked into that aspect?
We're definitely going to be looking into that because we do have, in South Island at least, We've got slower chargers in, like, let's say, Hanmer Springs, any of those touristy areas. But at the moment, we're, at least for the next 12 months, we've got the funding. We've got almost $30 million of funding approved by the board that we can go out and build this heavy infrastructure, because they're the ones that moves the country. Because you're looking at 45 minutes charging versus one of those slower ones will take about 6 hours, and you can't have people queuing up to wait to charge for 6 hours if they're going in between in and out. But having said that, we're fully capable of putting chargers in, let's say, reserve parks, beaches, and so on, because we've done that elsewhere. But that's something we'll probably come back later, because it's not a big task for us, and you can work with low capacity. Maybe we could even work with solar canopy, and then have locally generated electricity to power those charging sites. But at the moment, we're sort of trying to move the big volume of cars that's going to be coming in the next 5, 10, 15 years, because they're the ones, as I said, going to be critical infrastructure. And the good thing about electric vehicles is the ones that you can get now will last about 300, 400 kilometer range. So let's say you top up in the closest town where there are shops, most likely you don't need to top up again. You can leave it, and unlike a petrol diesel car, there is no idling. The battery only gets used if you're obviously moving the car. So I'm sort of focusing, let's say, let's get those kind of dark spots where there's not enough charging in between to give the confidence to the community and the public, and then we can start targeting more closer with slower charging. So that way, if you're spending a couple of hours in the beach, then all you need to do is plug in like a caravan kind of a charging that you guys do at holiday parks.
And I guess my final question is your consideration for partnering with you and I.
Sorry, does that mean with EV?
Yeah, at Hapu and Iwi, we have many rural communities with Marae, and they're very busy. A lot of them are very centralised, or they are the actual central location in that particular community for quite some kilometres. The further north you get, the more remote the areas are.
To give you an example, personally, I'm working with the EV that looks after the Waitaki landing up north in Cape Reinga, and they've been very positive about us building the infrastructure for them, because they understand that things are changing with the transportation sector, and that when you build the infrastructure, it brings the confidence, not just for the local community, but also for people outside to come and visit the places. So we've had a number of meetings with them, and I've been present myself during those meetings, and they've been very positive and straightforward with what they're expecting of us and what we can deliver. So we're quite open to working with the EVs as such, but we just have to understand where we're going to be investing this $500,000 worth of infrastructure. Is that something that is feasible and actually worth it? Because we don't want to build somewhere where it doesn't get utilized and there's a lot of vandalism, and next thing it becomes sort of a dead investment. So we want to ensure that we hear the growing electric vehicle community, which at the moment is about 90,000 electric vehicle drivers, and they're growing by the day. So we want to hear the feedback from them and the local community in partnering in a way that it works for all of us.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is a technical one and it relates to enforcement. Have you experienced issues of people who do not have electric vehicles utilising the footprint? And how is that monitored when that relates to you? Does that require a bylaw change?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question. Could you please repeat that?
What would stop somebody with a petrol or diesel vehicle parking in an electric vehicle space if it was in a public car park? And have you experienced that as an issue? And have you had to work with local authorities to have a bylaw amendment I'm not quite sure how our legal responsibilities would apply. The site was leased to a third party.
Good question, and that's probably it's part of the contract that we present. But practically speaking, we don't require the landowner to police that because that's not practical, and we don't want to add additional responsibilities for you guys. What we will do as Meridian is we're going to mark the sites clearly with bollards and signs as per NZTA rules that these car parks, let's say we're looking at about 2 to 4 car parks per site, that they are reserved for electric vehicles. But having said that, we've seen that people sometimes park for 5-10 minutes to grab something, and they just think, well, there's an empty car park, let me park. Generally, they move unless it's some troll who's trying to, make a statement that he doesn't like electric vehicle, he or she doesn't like the electric vehicle, and we have seen that in Facebook posts. They bring a trailer and they park the ute, blocking all of the car parks reserved for electric vehicles. I mean, those instances, who is there with the electric vehicle and wanting to charge and get home can call 111 and just report as they normally do for any sort of traffic violations. But having said that, these are going to become critical infrastructure. As I said, it could be a matter of life and death for someone who want to get to the hospital or whatever. And we're also looking at what's happening overseas. There are smart barriers where if you're authorized to park with your electric vehicle, the barrier comes down. Otherwise, it stays up. So that means if you're not an electric car driver, then you generally can't park. We're not there yet. We kind of want to work together with education, and hopefully the local community will educate some of these extremists. I would call them as extreme cases where someone just wants to make someone else's day bad. But from practical point of view, we're not looking for a community to police it. I mean, that's pretty much on us when people call one at 0800 number and say, "Hi, there's a car that's not parked, but it's been there for a long time." Then we'll probably call a tow truck and get it removed. So that's pretty much the practical side of it.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll go back to Jane.
Just one last quick question, Vikram. Do the units come with cameras?
The units itself doesn't come with cameras, but the site, we're looking to add cameras because in the recent case in Wellington, where 18 of our chargers had been vandalized, and having the evidence does help because we can identify who is that doing that, and it also brings confidence to people who wanting to charge late night, early morning. So that's something we're actively working on. But yeah, we're definitely keen to make the sites safe to use. Yeah.
And I suppose following on from that, lighting is another security issue if people are charging late at night. Will the sites be well lit?
It's a sort of a partnership. Again, we're trying to work with councils and even with private establishment to say, are your site, your car parks accessible? And if they're accessible, do they have some sort of adequate lighting? If they don't have any sort of lighting, we kind of have to see, well, is that something that we can throw into? I mean, we're spending a lot of money, and having that little bit of extra safety measures, be it cameras, be it lights, will take a long way. So it's a case-by-case basis. But if it's generally a great site, and if it doesn't have cameras, if it doesn't have lighting, that's something I think we can work towards looking after it. Yeah.
Huey? Right, any final questions?
Through the chair. Kia ora, Vikram. Just one question around the infrastructure. So for wherever the site is that you plant the transformer, what's the maximum distance before you can get to the end where the charging station can sort of be situated? So the question is what's the maximum distance between transformer and setup?
Great question. But to be honest with you, I mean, I've got a whole team that works with the lines company. And generally, the distance between a transformer and where the car park is not a problem at all, because our chargers are so high capacity, it most likely will need a dedicated transformer, which we'll pay. And we work with the lines company and so on. So I wouldn't really worry about where your existing transformer is. That's not a bit of a constraint for us. What we are focusing is the area closer to State Highway at the time being, and other car parks accessible 24/7. That's pretty much it. But anything beyond that is totally workable. So I wouldn't use that as an issue at all.
No further questions. We'll move on. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting. I think that will help us with our workshop later in the day.
I'm happy to email to all of you. Thank you very much.
Chair, just before you move on, there is no workshop in the diary. Can you just please, for me, I don't know if everybody else is aware of the workshop later in the day, heads up on what the workshop is and
So
what
we
there is pre-reading.
So just on the item 7.2, that item, we're going to workshop it after our meeting. So we will leave the item and adjourn the meeting and workshop it. So that will be the last item on our agenda today, because I felt that the recommendations in the cut were the horse. So I wanted to have a bit of a discussion around it. Apologies if I didn't circulate the workshop, but it's really just to have a brief discussion around the proposals on here and our communities. It's not, it's asking for us to really explore it. So, thank you. Yeah, we'll adjourn, do the workshop and deal with that item last. Moving on, Laurel, you're here to do a deputation in relation to the Opua to Tamariri cycle trail reinstatement. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it comes on the rail, that's Alcoa, the railway. The facility that should be joint venture between nothing and the railway trust. So we great. Would you mind speaking up so that that can pass? Yeah, I got a bit of pulse. So yeah, we operate the railway in Alcoa and the rail license with ZTA. And I don't know if any of you have been trained before, but you're welcome to come from the mills, so please do come and see us. We currently carry about 40,000 visitors a year, and we've just been upgrading the track over the last 2 years with funding through the Provincial Growth Fund. Part of that initial application to the Provincial Growth Fund was to restore the heritage rail line. So it's actually the oldest rail line in the North Island, and that was a discovery from Alcoa. And the track itself was completed in 1880. So it's a heritage listed asset and has significant cultural and heritage aspects. Part of our process to apply for funding for the Heritage Railway restoration work was to also reinstate the cycle trail. So some years ago, and it's probably been in the middle of that list, but the trail was put on top of the old railway, and part of our process to reinstate the track and I guess make the vintage railway a sustainable proposition was to restore the track back to its original state to Opua. So what we've been doing since we have been restoring the railway in sections, we've done it in 2 big stages, and we've got 1 final stage to go. So we've done from Tamariri Bridge through to Akiaki, and then we've done from Akiaki to Whāngai Tunnel. So they've been completed over the last 4 years. And our last stage is from Whāngai Tunnel to Opua. So that section we have funding in now for a foundation work, and we're looking positive for that. So that funding will come through to that final stage for us, which is some significant work on the Whāngai Tunnel. But why I'm here today is to talk about cycle trail, because as we push through the Whāngai Tunnel, and again, if you haven't been, please come and it'll all make more sense. There will be no cycle trail because the last section of track will be pulled up with train, and the train will go through there. So part of what I'm trying to talk to is there seems to be a general, stagnation of progress around the cycle trail and that reinstatement. We had funding in the long-term plan that has been in the long-term plan for subsequent long-term plans. So I think it started out at the hotel, but we originally had 12 million, and then we were in the statement, we went to 8 million, and then last long-term plan was 4 million to do this cycle trail in the statement. We had council have spent 2.5 million over the last 2 years on the design, and we just would like to see some progress because otherwise we're wasting that 2.5 million. I actually did a LaGuardia request on the funding, and I have circulated that as part of the papers, so hopefully that can come to you. But in total, spent $12 million on the cycle trail, plus this extra 2.5 that was spent. And from our perspective, it's kind of just stuck, and we'd like to see that last bit finished. It is quite critical when you look at the cycle trail numbers. So the last Great Rides did a survey, and our current cycle trail is November 2025, so I've circulated this as well. We're currently carrying 41,000 cyclists, and that includes cyclists and walkers or users on the trail with the trail count. We were previously sitting at about 160,000. So it's really significant in terms of economic impact for our community. The same report from Great Rides, which is November 2025, says that every cyclist spends in the community $964. So if you see a drop from 160,000 cyclists down to 40,000 cyclists, that means we're essentially missing out $70 million for our community based on that cycle spend per cyclist. So it's huge. And this is about spending and cafes, accommodation, galleries, little shops, retailers, it's massive. And for us, it's called the Twin Coast Cycle Trail because it connects coast to coast, and we've got a lot of cultural history around that connection between Tamariri and Hokianga, and that this is a bigger picture of how we can market and communicate our special places and attract visitors. As you know, it's pretty tough in winter in tourism up here, and it's really hard to keep staff employed and training. We've got currently 33 staff. And although the cycle trail does not impact on the train per se, and our business sense, it does in terms of training and employment opportunities. And obviously, if we're training up young people, it would be great if they could go into other businesses and work and host visitors as well. So I think for me, we have a lot of it stuck with the council design that came through and was presented actually last year to us. We had requested with the CEO that we come up with an alternative design. That original design was $22 million, and we've done a new design which is about $5 million for the project. We are open to helping support funding this project with foundational lotteries and also our own operating income over time. But we do want the commitment from council to spend the money in this corridor as identified in the long-term plan. Not somewhere else in the district, but to complete the getting the tie coast to coast. That section we would like to do for economies of scale. We've got that cost down on that project because when we push through the tunnel, if we do the work together at the same time, we're saving a lot of money. We've got huge high rail operating equipment that we've got in there, and we've got track through, and we're doing all the work, and that's how you make the economies of scale, is doing the work at the same time with our local team. So that's kind of our pitch. We are working with the CEO, and we will take this back to council. I think Kelly's organised a meeting for us end of July or mid-July. But it's really to keep the community on the loop, because we are also activating, community Hili with Kawakawa community, Tamariri community, and Osua, because those communities are wanting this trail back. And yes, there's the economic factor, but there's also the social and health benefits of having the trail. So the alternative design that we've come up with is actually off Longbridge UVA left, and we've got 7 landowners who have all agreed to have this trail on their land for free. No cost to do a walkway easement through their properties, which will connect up to the other tunnel, and the views out over the corridor are amazing, so it's really cool. And it's going to stay grade 1, grade 2, which is important to the cycle trail, that it's not a, you're not loading up a few thousand, but it's still family friendly. So that is really kind of, I'm just here to support the kaupapa, let you know we are working in the community with community groups who are wanting to understand why or where this trail is at. So yeah, I don't know if there's any other questions. You're welcome to please circulate that information. It does include the design route that we propose, the costings, and I guess the rationale for keeping it coast to coast.
Thanks. Not so much a question, just a bit of feedback that I hope is helpful. You might be aware that the Crown has indicated rates capping councils. We have been advised that we are competitive with 2% rates cap starting with the next 5 When you make your pitch, it's really important to turn your mind to how you think people afford to do that within that cap. Inflation is running at more than that. I think that will not be the case, but I think we just came along right and asked $5 million. So I'm giving you there that perhaps you need some more feedback on
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, we are asking for about 2.4 million, so it's not quite, it's 2.4. And that 2.4 is already in our long-term plan for this year and next year. So, I mean, it has been. So I guess I get, as a community person, I get very frustrated because we take so much time and energy to get something in a community plan. Years, decades of work to get something in a community plan, and then it doesn't get completed. And then there's actually no communication back about why or how, I mean, and I just kind of think as key stakeholders, your community, when we're out there working our butts off, it would be really good to be part of the decisions about it happening or not happening. And as I say, I do believe in communities being able to fundraise, and we can fundraise. We booked Tuhunga and Kawapawa. It was pretty much all funded. I think council put in $276,000 for that whole building. And so that's about, we need to be working together to be able to unlock that fund, because we can't access the co-funding if we've got council saying they're going to do something else but not really doing us. So we just need more clarity on that. And I mean, we're open to ideas. We've got our own co-funding and investment that we can work to get money, which is why I'm saying it's about half of that. And I just think I want to know what happens with the money that goes in the LGP and that's not spent.
Can I just respond? I hear your frustration and I understand it. We have just adopted our end plan. So this is the last slide of the LTP. We're starting a new LTP. We're starting the workshops as we speak. So the timing is perfect for you. Just by writing some explanation, we were one of the 9 councils that were heavily impacted by weather bonds. So the government gave us leave to go to a truncated LTP. And the reason for that is we had to focus on infrastructure recovery and nice to have that part. Now that's good to get that feedback that the message wasn't relayed. And the rates capping was new. So Aaron Lee and I, as a councillor, sitting in council, and I think we're scratching our head thinking, how can we make it work? 2% of a very small shift. I think the changes in KiwiSaver will take that up. So we've got some big conversations to have. So thank you for your feedback, and we only apologise that things like that.
Yeah, because I think actually, even just to be told it's never happening is better than actually just being in a silo. And, we just keep trying to find a way to help make it work and do fundraising or look at engineering costs, and we spent money on engineering design to try and find a community solution. And it's kind of like, it would be good to just know where we're at.
Jane? Online?
Yes, thank you. To some extent, Councillor Court has actually sort of covered what I said, but I do hear your frustration. I think it's really important to stress the community aspect. When I took over this role 3.5 years ago, it was probably one of the most single and most important issues that the community were up in arms about. They use that cycle trail a lot. And that's not just the Opua community, but also Russell as well. It's a very, very highly valued community asset to be able to exercise families and children, friends on that throughout the year. It's not just a tourism thing. And I think when engaging with the council and having these conversations, I mean, we haven't even thought about the impact of the amalgamation and the restructuring of the councils on our LTPs as well. So as Councillor Court says, your timing's good. I just think harnessing that community and getting that community voice into those conversations and getting your community to make submissions to the LTP about the importance of this as a community asset, I think is really important. I just wanted to kind of emphasise that.
Thanks, Jane.
Through the chair.
Thank you for coming and sharing your passion. And our other councillor, Councillor Vucic, is passionate about Kohiringatai, and he would be keen on having these conversations as well. And just touching on Jane raising the local government reform, economies of scale is actually one of the selling points.
Yeah.
And you've just shown us the importance of community boards in this reform, because in us all working together, you've managed to take a $22 million project down to 5 by merging it with another project that the community is driving. So that's a real hope at the end of this unknown tunnel as we navigate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, I would welcome you to council, especially as we're moving into the new long-term plan. And as Anne has said, we're under a lot of pressure. But what we also hear from our ratepayers is, where are our rates going? And this is a clear indication that the people of Kawakawa, Opua, Taumārere, who are ratepayers, to have an investment in their area will also keep our whānau happy as well, and enjoy living in our small towns. Also the training and education, I hold the rangatahi portfolio, and they're screaming out for work. If not work, then training, so they can have a CV and get references. Because at the moment, unless you live in our bigger towns of the district, it's really hard to find mahi, and travel is a major barrier to their being able to be employed. So this project, though the financial side is going to be a tough sell, the other benefits, the increase in the use of the track and the economic benefit that has with more users coming and spending their $900 a visit, those returns on investment makes this a good case to fight for anyway. So thank you for coming and for giving us the full picture that this is not just the track, but it's about the economic well-being, the social well-being of our districts.
First off, I just want to acknowledge all the money you've done in Kāka, especially with a lot of the groups that we have in Kāka. Second of all, I've had a lot of discussions since my time in the community board when it comes to the question of cycle trail. It's most probably one of the most asked about pieces of trail that I've seen in the entire trail in the Auckland area. And I'm not hearing it from this group. These few areas like Opua and I can find out in Taumārere with even Kawakawa. I'm getting it from people in Kaikoura. Where is that portion of the track to the open back up? All over the north, all the way back in Poriki. I'm hearing from people all over the place. One of the things that I noted about this place is that when I looked at some of the reports, I clearly noted that it's one of the areas that's most sought after because of its unique scenery, and that's a big, huge drawing card. I still see people today who stop me on the street and ask me, "Hey, how do I get to here?" And then I have to tell them, "Oh, you can't get there anymore because trail doesn't go there anymore." And so I'm absolutely in agreement that it's not just a track. This has been a money maker for a long time for the Northland, I suppose, area. And it certainly has its significance, not just in, I suppose, its scenery and the way that people have been trying to get access to it, but it's also a part of its history. A lot of people don't realise how important places like Tauranga Waka is, which this area clearly goes through. Without Tauranga Waka, you pretty much wouldn't have Kākau. And it's those rich stories that are missed, those histories, and they're not just the Māori histories, these histories of our early settlers that come in, as well as the Māori. It showcases, I suppose, unity. It showcases our ability to work together and create towns, and the infrastructure that we see over there that they've been working on. That's another good, I suppose, example, because I saw a lot of people working on it, and it's benefited a whole lot of people because they're not looking outside the town, they're using the people in the communities. And when you build the communities, you create resilience in our practice. And this is something that council knows, I believe, because of John and them. But I felt I need to voice it here because for me, this isn't just a trail. This is a part of our infrastructure that helps our economy, not just in that area or that space, but throughout the Bay of Islands.
And noting it's the only Great Island in Northland. So the fact that it's not complete, actually, I just think it seems quite mixed messages to take a more site planning board. And certainly to government with funding. So we didn't put any funding in the last round, no application.
Sorry, I got so impassioned that I forgot to actually ask a question. When are you doing the train track project?
Yeah.
Because obviously those things need to happen at once to get this.
Yeah. So we actually have a funding application on the foundation also. We met with them yesterday, but it's not now going to be announced for the new year. So it would be, and we obviously don't want to do it over summer because that disrupts everything. So our focus would be sort of after Easter next year through to spring, and we would have it completed by the following summer. So it's a 6-month thing.
Thanks for that. I just had a couple of questions to finish off the questionnaire. And yes, I have been moving. I used to ride a train from the board. And I know the cycle steam dream that was sold over the years, which would have, which includes the maneuver, which just so for new board members, so that you're aware, over the years we have funded quite a lot of money from this board towards keeping Gabriel running, the steam train, and also the maneuver and the restoration of the maneuver boat. So we've been on this journey from day one, and it has morphed into quite a debate over time. Yeah. And I do sympathise in relation to that. But here lay my questions. And well, firstly, the LTP, when funding came and was put in, Councillor Vucic said that it was actually in danger of losing wayguide status from coast to coast if we didn't do the coal-coloured tone exception. The clarity around that now, which was determined late last year, I believe, is that that is incorrect, that grade wide status actually is not under threat and it is from Horekuri to Kaupapa. So I think clarification, when we move forward, we need to get the facts on the table, because we have had a lot of stories with different elected members over the years. So there's that aspect of it. And the other aspect, I think, of it is, for me, is the Cycleway Trail Trust, are you working together? Are you on board? Do they support what we want to do?
They support the $22 million option. They want to see the $22 million option. So we actually, as a railway, don't like that one. Basically, it's a big, solid concrete pathway, very man-made infrastructure, and a big fence running alongside the railway. It's what we don't think will work for selling the railway, and we actually don't think it's advantageous for selling cycling either. So there is a difference of opinion. We also don't think $22 million, just say that's unrealistic, and it just means it'll never happen. And then we start seeing that money shift into other things rather than actually what was dedicated for is this. Also, I think that just back to the starting in Kawakawa and going to Hokianga is not coast to coast. So this
I beg to differ around. That was the original central government funding.
But is it coast to coast?
What it is water and Kawakawa. It's flooding issues in Kawakawa. So all I'm saying to you, and I may be expressing it in the wrong manner, is that when you come to council, come with a collective voice and a big picture, because from a community perspective, we're talking lots of water connectivity, Russell, Opua, right through to Horekuri. There's a lot of communities wanting their connectivity into that trail. So I think when you're looking at funding, irrespective of what the dollar amount is going to be, the trail sits trust, and then you've got the health and safety and the rail corridor issues and the safety issues. So when you do come collectively and bring the big picture, so that those making the decisions through that next 10-year LTP have got a really clear, so we don't keep having these discussions, because this is part of the issue that I've experienced over the years. And as you know, I don't have voting rights, I only have speaking rights. So it has been a problem, and it continues to be something. We need to get all the facts on the table, and it needs to be a collective voice, and you need to sit down and agree on what you want moving forward to bring that.
I guess it's around a community versus what the charitable trust position is. That isn't really clear, and what is their mandate? And when you talk to, the likes of Northern Link, they're going, why would you drop the coast-to-coast brand? That is what our whole district and Northern Link have invested in for about 20 years, it's coast-to-coast. Why would you just drop it off? So it's like if we can't come to agreement, then I guess it's, I don't know, because it's not really our job to sell this to the council.
No, I'm just saying, the collective voice is what we need to see at the table when we come into this LTP, because I've got Jane, she'll be hand up and like that. That's just my question to you over the confusion over the years. Jane.
I know I'm conscious we're going on for quite some time, but just that maybe a way forward is to actually try and organise some kind of workshop with the Cycle Trail Trust and maybe key community members, because I'm mindful that the community board is never engaged with this. We receive information, but we are never actually really part of the conversation, and yet we are the people that represent the community. So perhaps we could ask for that, because we seem to be going round in circles here, Belinda.
We actually have been included over the years. We've had presentations from Farmer Farms. There's a lot of history to this.
We've had presentations, but we've never been given the opportunity to input, really.
I debate it here, but great idea.
Well, they seem to go away and we keep coming back again.
So July 22nd. 5:30 meeting that Kelly's put forward. So it would be awesome if Jane himself come. Like to come. That would be wonderful. Yeah. And in terms of the design, the safety case and safety system and sign off of NZTA sits with us as the railway, because the corridor is under our responsibility. So that system and our proposed design includes all of that sign off with Kiwi Rail and NZTA. So I think that's important, because people who don't understand the corridor then make it a big issue, when actually we're saying we're covering that through the safety case. It's all signed off with NZTA. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got the,
Thank you so much.
so if you could share them with the members. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming around. Okay, so now we'll just move into our funding speakers. First up, we have Hannah Lennicum, representing Whangaroa Health Services Trust and Hospice in the Northern Society. We'll go on page 51 of your agenda. Welcome. Now you have 5 minutes to speak. That includes question time, so you may like to leave yourself a bit of time for questions.
I'm not sure why I'm under Whangaroa Health Services. I'm purely here for.
Sorry,
No, so there were 2 applications made by Rachel. Hannah is here to talk about the hospice application.
No.
I'm the clinical services manager for Hospice in Auckland and the professional nurse lead for Hospice in Auckland. We cover our catchment is from Pukeranui up to Freeport Bay and then coast to coast. We look after people facing life-threatening illness and then masters to train. Our care is predominantly in the community, with most patients and the service going at home. We do also support patients in the hospital and in aged residential care. We look after approximately 300 patients within our catchment over the year, and about 180 of those we fly. 40% of those are Māori, and we care for all age groups, so that could be patients who born and their mummies coming right through to holders we can get. We have put through this request hoping for 2 electric beds to help our patients. They're really, really helpful for 2 reasons. One is for the actual patients themselves, so they help with things like dyspnea or shortness of breath. If somebody has a lot of fluid in their lungs, it helps to position them on the right way. They can also be helpful to reduce things like pressure areas, which come not necessarily just from not being turned, but from the cancer themselves. And then they also help the carers. Carers, when they're caring for somebody, if their bed is too low, like one of our beds, the normal bed, then that can be really hard to turn the person, particularly as they near end of life and might be a little bit less able to help. So if we can have a bed that can be at the right position for them, then that can help with caring for the person. Hospices are partially government funded, so we're always trying to bolster what we do get from the government to be able to care for our patients in with community funding, and then those all of the things like workshops. And at the moment, it's really at the stage where we're still, and I don't know if we ever will, getting enough money to be able to provide all the care that we need. So you're very welcome to ask any questions you may have.
We are familiar with this specifically to the board before the funding for that resource. Any questions? It was easy, wasn't it? Thanks, Hannah. We'll make a decision a bit later in the day. You're welcome to stay if you'd like.
I'm going to have to take off with the road to get back to training, but thank you so much.
Okay. Right, next up we have Janice Wedding, representing Within Nature, page 49 of your agenda. Not Denise. Dennis?
Tēnā koutou, ko whakawhanga te maua, ko roro kakahi te awa, ko morehi te marae, ko paoringa te whenua, ko rāua, te Napu Uri, but no, I'm not Denise Wedding. I've tagged in for her. We've got a sick daughter at home, and so I have come with us. So thank you firstly to the chair and members for having me. I do have some documents that you are welcome to peruse after this or for the workshop later. So thank you for the support for the previous year. So the board supported us with some mentorship in the Kawakawa area. So to give you a bit of detail about Wicked Nature, it is a youth program. We work with environmental restoration, self-sustainability, and everything from the mara to plates in terms of cooking and understanding the food, and understanding the whakapapa of your food, where it comes from, and also we touch upon some slight building expertise, all rangatahi and tamariki. We worked with 170 youth in the last year across Taupupuru. That's in Manu Gardens in Whangarei, Whakapara Marae, and also in Te Rohanga in Kawakawa. We have a portion of, well, we have a property in Kawakawa on Te Rohanga that's a concession license to occupy through the Department of Conservation. That came about through, I guess, the property that we purchased, my partner and I, had a concession to graze an area of land. It took us 6 months to find out that it was owned by DOC. And then we approached them about having stewardship over it and expressing kaitiakitanga. So rather than having the cow graze and move the cows into the taumarere, we wanted to take guardianship over it and bring youth onto that property to learn about the environment, learn about the whānau of the area. We last year with the funding that was allowed us to get expert mentors to work with the rangatahi and the tamariki in the area. Come from Whakalatua and Niwa, environment schools, and some youth from Native Islands College. We planted out 3,500 trees around the diameter of that property. We have approached the board for support with funding for operations this year, which is quite different to what we have. Our funding strategy has changed with the partnerships with the Department of Conservation, Ministry of Youth Development, and Foundation North Rotara's Funding for Change. We have managed to cover all other costs, mentors, infrastructure, and all the, I guess, costs that are online, subscriptions, insurance that's being covered. So we are now seeking funding just to cover those operational costs for a short time to allow us to catch up with other funding. So we're actually using this as leverage to get much larger funding to bring into the area. I guess Kawakawa has become a natural home for this vision because we have also established a relationship with Anton and Ricky Marlborough and Charlotte's Kitchen. So the funding for change, funding that we got from the Mothers Commission allowed us to put up polyhouses and create a 300 square metre shade house. And that is to provide the genetic and organic kai to the food to Charlotte's Kitchen. We see this as a social enterprise model, and we don't want to be relying on funding. We want to be self-sustainable ourselves. We've done enough opportunities to do that through those restaurants, and also creates employment opportunities that we need to hospitality and tourism as well. And we are very excited about this opportunity. It's something that I have done before in social enterprise. I am the previous ex-CEO of Crescendo Trust in West Auckland. My background has been in the music industry predominantly. I have been in a band called Blindstock that had a number of successes. I served on the board of music on and also the music commission. Crescendo Trust was set up with the same model in terms of getting experts to work directly with rangatahi and to put them into employment opportunities. So we created a creative club, a purpose-built facility that now employs the young people that came through our training program. They bring out recruiting audio books, podcasts, etc. I'm using the same model in this arena, but instead it's chefs and permaculture experts, marathon experts. And to note, we also partner with Dr. George in the People's Medicine project at Interior Marae, Martin Kimmy Patiaki team. After meeting with Susie Scott on the first day, I said, you need to be on my board. She brought a lot of market in history, but also ethics and connections, and we needed their support first before we even approached them. So just need that with you as well. And that's me, a Christian. Awesome. Marcus Powell. Yeah, nothing is
Questions?
Chair, hey Marcus, that was awesome. Thank you so much for coming in at the last minute and explaining all of that. I just want to make sure I'm not making any assumptions. The kids, how old are the kids that work on it? How old are they?
Well, the rangatahi that come through who between 12 and 17, but we also have some people that come that are between 9 and 12 as well, so different groups.
And what do they actually do there?
Yeah, all this planting, cooking, usually outdoors, so the fire. They learn paraka. So there's about 45 minutes of rangatanga that we have first. Yeah. And then there's about 30 minutes to 45 minutes of team development, playing games, etc. And then there's about 30 minutes to focus the teacher on a particular area. We would be cooking for others, or we would garden beds or planting work. There's a lot of different sort of tasks that we do each week, each term, and we base it all around the topic as well, so the changes in the team. Did that answer the question?
Sounds awesome. And do they come back again, or do they just get one opportunity to come in and be on the team?
It is a term-by-term program, but we have started to have a lot of attendance from each group. Thank you.
I just wondered, you've got two applications pending, MYD and climate resilience. Have you been successful in those?
The MYD one, I'm talking to them today.
Okay.
Yeah,
we hope for 100,000.
Sorry?
It's a biggie at 100,000.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's only for 1 year. It's the dollar-for-dollar match fund. So the lotteries, community fund for change, and also Vortex Industries. So Vortex Industries are the guys that own Warriors. They did a collaborative joint fund to match with MYD. So I'm expecting a call this afternoon.
Oh, this
yeah, and it's a multi-year one, and we're also talking with Internet and Foundation to carry on for the next following years. That's what our new costs for the next 3 years. So, fingers crossed.
To you is you've applied to us $20,000. The recommendation today is for $5,000. How will that impact on your operational?
Stretch it out. We can stretch it out. It just means that we take from another sort of area or seed funding for other things. If it's $5,000, we'll still take the $5,000. We'd be very grateful for that. And we'll make it work somehow. We're an organisation that's very resilient and very creative for making it work. So,
Madam Chair, I've got a question for Marcus. I'm just wondering, looking at your 3-year funding program, when do you think, I mean, the goal to be sustainable, when do you think that will actually be achieved, or do you think you will always be reliant on some kind of grants?
Well, Crescendo took 3 years to become 40% self-sustainable. So this is a bit of I guess, the opportunities here in terms of we now know how much food those 2 restaurants require over a year on both the celebratory period and the busy period. Therefore, we know how much land it takes to create the food to produce their code for those 2 restaurants. And we've also been able to convert that into figures. So for us to be able to serve those 2 restaurants only on 0.6 hectares will generate between 100 and 200,000. So it's pretty good figures. And if we can use that sort of as a feasibility study on one property, we've also got a license to occupy template created by Law North to approach other farmers and land owners to use their properties as well. So it is very scalable in my opinion.
Okay, so there is a hope to sort of break even at some point, 5 years, if you get a scalable design. And yeah, I mean, there's plenty of fine dining restaurants that you could, once you prove the Charlotte and Duke concept, that you could go to.
The most important thing that the people coming to these restaurants are now asking is the whakapākolohi food. Where do you get it from? And is it sprayed? Is it not? Anton is now saying that the majority of the people coming in require that. They don't want sprayed food anymore. So to be able to give them regenerative and organic food, produce them kawa with the poraka around this alcohol, even some of the seeds that we're getting from people around Napa and Popo who are keeping it in the area, you can trace the seed back. It's a story that they will definitely use to bring custom. And to be able to say that they support us as well. There's some rangatahi working behind the counter that came through. Pretty well.
Thank you.
Further questions? Sure. Thanks for your presentation and your patience. Sorry you had to wait so long for presentations.
So, no problem. Thank you for having me.
We have LPs representing Splash. Shade, because Splash say Foundation
said she was downstairs. Give me a sec. I thought she'd come up. Carla's little dippers.
Somebody on the line.
Yeah, that's Phil.
Yeah, I'm here from Splash, so how are you going?
Yes. Okay, so it's not Al, it's Phil, sorry.
Yes, no, Elle put in the original application, but she can't make it today, so unfortunately you get me.
That's all right. We've had a bit of that today. It's quite a bit of sickness. Okay,
yeah, that's
Phil,
all good.
5
minutes? Easy, no worries. So we are all about water safety, and we've worked with Water Safety New Zealand for coming on 10, 15 years now, as well as working with the International Federation of Swim Teachers and Coaches, International Rotary Clubs, as well as local Rotary Clubs as well. To give you an outline of the problem, so drowning is one of the leading causes of unintentional death, especially in children. And what we've developed alongside Water Safety New Zealand is a parent-led solution to this. We've heard from the other presentations today around, rising cost of living, rising cost of getting around and transportation and all those sorts of things. And that's really what Splash Save was designed for. We generally find that there's 3 main reasons or factors that stop people engaging in swimming lessons. And while the school's lessons that happen are really good, if you try and learn anything in 8 hours a year, it's going to take you a very long time to do that. So what we've developed is a parent-led solution that allows them to be able to take their child to the local waterhole or, beach or the local pool and teach their own kids the basics of swimming and water safety. We've hit around about 40,000 kids across New Zealand over the last couple of years, which has been really good. And we just see nothing but positive results. It removes the time barrier that people have, so they can pick and choose when they decide to learn these things. It also removes the cost barrier. We've got both a physical book as well as the online resource, which is what we've applied for within this regional roadshow. And the aim is that across the last couple of years, we've worked New Zealand-wide to provide parents with the program through local kindergartens, ECEs, or Hangareos, and really any kind of preschools, as well as the first couple of years of school age as well. With the aim of, if every parent taught their child some basic things that are not difficult to teach, then by the time the kids go into that school's lessons, which is where the big money is spent, then they're able to perform the basic skills that are needed to learn all the survival skills and then ultimately reduce the drowning rates. A lot of people are unaware that New Zealand continuously features in the top 3 worldwide drowning statistics per capita. And that's purely because we are a nation surrounded by water. It is the Kiwi playground. And the more and more the barriers are in the way of swimming lessons, the greater that risk is becoming. So the ultimate aim of the regional roadshow that we've applied for within this funding is to start doing a little bit more up in Northland, that Bay of Islands region, being rural, which was mentioned before. And this program fits perfectly within the rural community and environment because it's something that a parent can do, older brother or sister can do, aunties and uncles. So it really opens the door to allowing more children to learn basic water safety.
Thanks, Phil. Any questions?
Just one question for the chair.
Jane, please. You hear us, Jane?
Oh, yes. Kia ora, Phil, thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering if you're working with Sport Northland and Top Energy, because both of those work quite collaboratively, because we have, as you know, a big issue in Northland. So it's already identified. And I just wonder if you've been speaking with them as well.
Yeah, so we've done a little bit of work with Sport Northland in the past, but their main focus is on that school age, so from that 5 to 13-year age group. Right. So where this program comes in is it's really that beginning for all of the kids. So by the time they enter that really successful program that's been going for decades now, then the kids have got that basic ability. But yes, we would plan to partner with Sport Northland on this as well.
And speak to Top Energy as well, I would think.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
And who are your partners up here?
So we work quite closely with the kind of national kindergarten associations. So both across the your kind of best starts and your play centres, and then in other regions we've done quite a bit of work with your Hangareos as well. So we don't like to build the community up before we know we're going to be able to do something in the region. But based on all of the other regions that we've done, which is countrywide across New Zealand, they're all very receptive, and because we're working with the national organisations, those partnerships are already kind of in place.
Thank you.
Yes. Just one, you might have covered this, I think, but maybe I missed it. This is the first time you're operating it here in this particular district?
Yeah, this is the first time that we've applied for the Northland district. So we are based in Wellington, but we work, all the way through Auckland, Waikato, Manawatu, and then the majority of the South Island as well. Northland, we wanted to make sure we had it all right before we, kind of went into the furthest away.
Okay, I was wondering what instigated it. And you're doing it more broadly than just Kawakawa, then you're talking Northland, so you're doing it in other locations?
Yeah, so we put in applications across multiple lottery boards as we did last year. We were successful in probably about a third of them last year. So as soon as the funding's approved, then we'll start working with those local partners and get it underway.
And nobody is offering anything like this?
No, there's nothing like this worldwide. So we also do a bit of work in Australia as well, and then we're just starting to work in the United States and the UK. It seems that the international community has picked this up. And the model of looking at the parent as the first teacher, there hasn't really been something like it.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you.
No problem.
Questions? No, that's it, Bill. There's no further questions, so we'll make our decision a bit later in the day.
Perfect, no worries. Thank you very much for having me.
Presentation. I think we'll just take the next so you can get on with your day. Carla's here to speak to us from Little Dippers, page 59.
Support letters, drawings from some that I can front. Well, good morning. I'm Carla. I'm the from to the book 2 years ago. To you. And so I'm here to build this collection in my part. Obviously, as you know, school and water safety education is our primary thing, but over the whole year that we've been going, we've nearly 23 this year. In August, we'll be 23 years old. We've developed different hydrotherapy programs to make use of our water, which is 42 degrees. And yeah, today I'm here asking for support for our Blue Mind hydrotherapy program. So the Blue Mind term refers to the state that our body goes into when we're in and around water, and the calming effect, lowers stress level, and stops the production of the hormone cortisol. So that's a pretty scientific effect. We know at Little Dippers how transformative it can be, and this is a pitch in regards to children as well as adults. So it's two different sort of aspects of it. So with the children, we're looking at the neurodivergent children. So there's a real lack of funding within the aquatic sector for children with invisible illnesses. So we're able to sometimes get a little bit of support for children with physical disabilities, but most children that are seen on the spectrum, there isn't a lot of support there in the aquatic sector. So that's one of the areas. That's a growing area for us at Little Dippers. And we have a few letters there from some of the crews that we have come here, representation of some of the crews we have coming. We've got children coming from Longfield, the class at the Autumn High School. We've also got Papua West, children who come across to us, and then individuals as well. Many families tell us that there's a lack of support for them with physical activities, and we see the benefits of these kids. In regards to the adult side of things, so for adults living with Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, dementia, brain injuries, there are huge benefits to a well-developed program in the water. This is an area that's become a little bit personal for me. My husband, who's 54, was recently diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's. So this program, the funding has nothing to do with that, but this program has been something we've been developing and working with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's for many years. But through the appointments that I've been to with them in the past 6 months with neurologists, it really has shown me and backed up the important need for these people to keep mobile, to keep strengthening, and basically the way to battle Parkinson's in particular is to exercise. And obviously with the wheelchair, there's that more freedom to move. There's this risk of injury also. So yeah, I just wanted to close by saying, yeah, what makes us particularly strong is the number of other supporting groups that we have that we've been working along with. Currently, for the past 3 years, the Parkinson's Society, they pay $50 a week towards some of the classes we provide. We're not asking for much, but what we would like to be able to do is maybe run another 4 groups a week, one targeted, specialised targeted to each of those groups. You're welcome to read. I put what I've written out in there, but basically, yeah, we've got the facility, we've got the instructors, we've got the need, we just need maybe just a little bit of help to push us over the line. And I'm very aware that often with businesses, this is not the forum for asking for a bit of support, but collectively, Alzheimer's, we thought, well, it is worth asking if in any way you could help us out. About 5 years ago, you helped us out with something similar to what was about. And so, yeah, I obviously understand if it's not suitable, but if it is, and you think it's something that you're really interested in helping support, we would be very grateful. Thank you. Thanks.
Questions? No questions? Oh, one. Here we go, Tom.
Just there's a requested amount of you've asked for 9,000. I think.
Yeah.
And there's been a recommendation of 5. What would you do?
Yeah, look, that's fine. I mean, instead of running an extra 4 classes, so that 9,000 has given us about $180 a week to put towards it. So we would just lower it down and only be able to offer 2, maybe 2 additional, 3 additional classes.
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy the rest of your day. All right, Catherine. Catherine Langford, welcome.
Kia ora, Belinda. Pēnā koutou katoa. My name is Catherine Langford. I'm Chief Executive of the Ātaka Thompson Sail Training Trust. Thanks very much for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to speak to this funding application. And I'm just sorry I can't be there in person. We're seeking, I think many of you will be pretty familiar with what we do. We have come to you before and you've been supporting us for a while. We are seeking again support from you for 2 rangatahi aged 14 to 18 from the Bay of Islands Whangaroa ward to participate in a 7-day youth development voyage on board our ship, the Ātaka Thompson. I'll give you, for those who are maybe less familiar, give you a quick idea of what we do. So these young people will join 11 others, so that there's 12 rangatahi who are on board the ship for an immersive experience in nature. They've not met before, and so they are have this opportunity to learn ship life, take part in a whole range of activities, and build new relationships in a really positive environment. We've been doing this for 20 years as a charitable trust now, and have given these experiences to around about 3,350 rangatahi and counting. Critically, it's device free, and that's become much more important as we understand the sort of social anxiety associated with the online world, and so this is very much a real world whanaungatanga based experience that is grounded in building new relationships and the trust, so that young people have the opportunity to disconnect from that online world and stretch themselves in an immersive natural environment on board our ship. I perhaps would hand it back to you for questions. One, I know that before that is just to assure you we do. It's around removing the financial obstacles for young people. That is our goal, and so that is why we specifically come to you for 2 rangatahi from the district, who we ensure we work with the schools to make sure that they're people who otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity to participate. And so we work closely with the schools, and we're just in the process of onboarding a new school, the Kura in Waikari, who are hoping that will be joining us this year. But over to you for questions, perhaps.
Thank you, Chris. We're all pretty familiar with the amazing work that you do, so I'm not expecting a lot of questions out of this. Anybody like to ask? No, I think that's a good sign. You're into signs, take. No, we'll make our decision a bit later as we usually do, Catherine, and thank you very much for your patience.
Oh, no, that's a pleasure. It's been good to listen to everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And finally, we have Lee. Lee will representing Youthline Auckland Charitable Trust, page 7.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Lovely, lovely. My camera is off because just to protect my connection, because I lost it the other day on a Zoom call, so that's why my camera is off. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Lee Robert toko ingoa, ko ngā te rangatira ngā te awa me tūwhare tōki kawarau o koe iwi, ka noho a hau tauranga moana, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Firstly, I'd like to thank the board for supporting Youthline last year. Your investment has helped ensure young people across the Bay of Islands whangaroa have continued access to free, confidential support whenever they need it. My name is Lee Warbrick, and I represent Youthline, which operates New Zealand's free national 24-hour helpline for young people. Last year, we supported 28,000 conversations, with almost 60% relating to mental health and 22% involving active suicide risk. We are seeing increasing demand, particularly overnight, and the issues young people are bringing to us are becoming more complex. Our latest research confirms what we hear every day. Young people have told us that mental health is their number one concern, followed by job opportunities, bullying and money worries. 1 in 10 young people say they experience negative emotions daily, with even higher levels among rainbow, disabled and neurodivergent young people. Perhaps most concerning, many told us there simply isn't enough support available when they need it. For us, this application is really about access. The Bay of Islands whangaroa is a large and geographically dispersed community. Many young people live in rural or coastal settlements where distance, transport, cost, privacy and limited after-hours services can make it difficult to access support. Youthline removes those barriers. A young person can send us a text late at night, start a web chat after school, or phone us at a moment of crisis without needing transport, an appointment or money. Wherever they live, they know someone will answer. Youthline supports all young people, but we know Māori, Pacifica, disabled, neurodivergent and LGBTQIA rangatahi often face additional barriers to accessing support. Our service is grounded in mana taiohi and te whare tapawhā, and as young people's needs become increasingly complex, we continue to invest in qualified clinicians, specialist supervision and ongoing workforce development, alongside our highly trained volunteers. We also receive targeted government funding for services such as ACC sensitive claims counselling, ensuring young people with complex needs can access appropriately qualified support. Your investment today isn't simply funding a helpline. It is ensuring that when a young person anywhere across the Bay of Islands whangaroa reaches out, whether they are in Kerikeri, Paihia, Kawakawa, Russell, Whangaroa, or one of the many smaller communities, they know someone is there. Someone who listens, someone who understands, and someone who can help them take the next step. Every conversation has the potential to prevent a crisis, strengthen a whānau, and change the course of a young person's life. That's what your investment makes possible. Ngā mihi nui, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Hi Lee, thank you for explaining. Just so that I'm familiar with the concept of Youthline, but at the moment, does this mean that young people in our region can't access Youthline services?
Oh no, they definitely can. So right, it's a national service. Sorry if that was unclear. No, we run a national service. We've been running it for 50 years. and it's expanded, I guess, as needs have increased, our population has increased, and complexity has increased. So it's expanded, I guess, to cover all the social media aspects and all the different manner of communications, and also as complexity has increased, we have been required to bring on more professional, I guess, supervision, training and services within our whole Youthline service. But this application is specifically for the helpline. Sorry, I hope that answers your question.
And yeah, no, it does. So essentially you're asking the local community to help make a contribution to those young people who are using your national service.
Yes, that's correct. And we estimate that there are, I think in the application I put about 300 odd we would expect nationally from our modelling would come from this ward.
Because you don't ask those, that would be a...
No, we can't. We don't actually take, in that moment of crisis, we don't actually take information around where that call is coming from. I think we do have some regional statistics, maybe based on, yes, but I can't speak to that today. The modelling for the budget that I provided is based on our census, and it's how we model all our funding requests for all of the, I guess, regional applications for funding that we do.
Got it. Excellent. Thank you so much, Lee.
You're welcome.
There's no further questions. You do amazing work. Just want to acknowledge you. Oh.
Sorry, what was that? That's it, is it?
I've got one more question, I think.
Yes. Yep.
I don't really have a question. I just want to acknowledge the mahi that you do. I want to acknowledge the mahi that you do, because just last week here in Northland, I know of two of our rangatahi that are no longer here. And that's the importance of what you do. And I don't want to sit here and not acknowledge what you do for so many people. And that's all I wanted to do.
Ngā thank you. I'll take that back to my organisation. That sort of feedback is valuable to us, and it's such a special space to be working in. So ngā mihi to you too.
One more comment or question.
Sorry, apologies, Lee. Just wanted to take for what the talker said. I live in an isolated community, and I know of too many accounts of tautamariki that have chosen to end their lives that way. That being said, with my social workers I'm mindful that you've identified 3 spaces that you're engaged with. So you've identified Kaikohe, Te Hiku and Whanganui. This is the previous grants.
Yes.
Social worker portai is on because I want to ask the question, like with the helpline, do you have direct access to services in those communities? For example, if you get a phone call from Kaikohe, do you have a direct line to Ngāpuhi Social Services, or as an example?
To find a connection, are you saying? And I would say that's almost like a whānau connection. If we had a young person in crisis, are you saying would our professionals connect with your professionals directly? Is that what you're asking?
We have a relationship there at present.
I'm not a counsellor, and I would like to come back to you with that answer. That's a really important question, and I would like to be able to come back to you with the correct answer on that, if you're happy with that.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you all. Ka kite.
Okay, with that, we're going to that finishes for our speakers. We have Karanga White Evans, and they have asked that their application be postponed or come back to
the next month. Yeah.
And through the chair, the play put up to a play centre playground application where they were asking to reuse the money for shade sales. they're just having a complete reconsideration of that at the moment, whether they're going to just go ahead with it, stop it, and give us the money back, or come back and ask for a reconsideration. So that one can just be left to lie for the moment.
I believe the money is coming back.
Okay, they have made that decision. He didn't come back to me yesterday, so I didn't know for sure. Yeah. I spoke to him on Tuesday afternoon. Yeah, and he's like,
Move on to item 6.1, confirmation of previous minutes. I will move that vote on summer. Our community board confirm the minutes of the meeting held 4th of June 2026 as a true and correct record. Alterations. No, was the support against? Carried. Right, we're moving to the road naming, item 7.1, page 24. The debate on Sparrow Community Group and the 5 right of ways companies with board, Connemara Lane, Dayville Road, Chapua Lane, Total Lane, and Atu Tahi Lane, the printed exclusion line for Dell Road, equal. Thank you, Joe. Jane. Joe, as mover? No, I don't.
No comments. Joe and I actually walked this place. No issues.
It's interesting to see that Lynn's did acquire 3 names, which is any discussion?
No.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? Yes. If you went and did a site visit and I can't talk them. Is this on unit for the Dell Road Canals? Yeah, there it knows it's not a council management road. Yeah. Is this bit, where does this bit sit in relation to that?
It's just before plant production on the left. The nursery is just before that, sort of opposite the shore.
So we're still on council management road. I'm not 100% sure of that. I'm not sure about that. So I just
because we met with the waiting guys, so they were on swimming slow.
Yes.
It would be interesting to understand because it talks about creating new lots.
Yeah.
And so it's creating new lots and with the best on council. And go on to our asset management plan. I'm just not sure that it's going to fit.
Yeah, we did bring up concerns about width of the road and
And drainage.
It's a long traffic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We raised that. Raised that as well. Particularly as you have to light. There's not enough room for there to be too much of a column of cars waiting to turn right come to Shepherd's Road. You go Shepherd's Road and then you go to the Dell Road.
Yeah.
Right, we're doing second day. The vote doesn't support. Yes. It's carried. We're going to skip over item 7.2 and come back to that when we do the workshop on the electric vehicle charging. So we will move on to project funding reports on page 36. That vote on file, we will note the project from Excel. Second. Oh, it's no.
No.
No. See, we got acknowledgement with our license support. Against. Move to the funding applications. Fun part here. Page 41, item 7.4. We'll take these individually. Then we'll start off with this line that the vote on the community board approved some of $5,000 for CS2 applicable. We paid for the board's community grant fund account to youth line of Auckland Charitable Trust for cost towards helpline support costs. I'd just like to note that they did request discussion. They did request $12,500. The recommendation is 5. I will put 5. Yes, Joe. Second one. And through the chair, they made similar applications to the other 2 wards. They got 4,000 from Te Hiku and 4,000 from Rangui Hopia. Joe.
Through the chair, Catherine, but the request was a similar amount to this. In my mind, it's a bit of a no-brainer to support the movement that they do there, and we need to pay, I suppose, contribute, even though it's a national, it's not specifically local situation. It's fair and reasonable that we contribute to our fair share of that. I can't remember from the details what the 12.5 was based on. It was just a figure.
I think they sit there and go, well, percentage-wise, we think this many people the farming.
Yeah.
So Te Hiku has asked them to come back with more specific reporting, because even if they won't be able to give details, but they should be able to give a better geographic indication of how many calls have come from each ward.
Yeah, because I think it's hard to raise the amount or increase it when you're not clear about how that figure's come up with that. Yeah, I support 5,000.
Yeah, I think I heard someone who different that when you touch for the regions, I think it's about 300 in the last year. So yes, like I said, my concern is children need contact, but do you have the knowledge, local knowledge to be able to reach out to support services in the specific criteria that gives like a single item. The phone calls, sorry, I'm quite passionate about it because we lost our youngest we lost was 10 years old. And this is in Waitaki where I'm from. Yeah, and we've lost multiple. When it was trending for a little while, hey, so I'm saying this is the total written space now online.
So it's 300, possibly 300 saved, possibly.
The fact that, and those are the only ones that have engaged.
I suspect that she wants to come back and answer that question for you, but I suspect that to be able to do that, they have to ask the permission of the in-store calling to say, can you identify where you're from, and do I have your permission to connect you to local services?
And it was good to hear that she explained that it was actually social workers that engaged.
Exactly.
Because we're in a deficit up here, social workers.
Chair, I just had a message from Lee. She is chasing up that request under urgency so that she can give you that answer. I don't know if you want to leave this one and to leave it alone, application to move on, in case she comes back with that information.
Madam Chair, I have just an observation that in previous years we've had the same discussion, and they have provided us with a report which is more Bay of Islands specific data through their accountability reports. They do have the ability through their 0800 number, which gives them the call of origin of the calls, and so they have actually done that for us in response to the same questions that we've raised previously. So we might like to ask them again.
That's Jane. Any more comments? I'll put it to the vote then. $5,000. Moved Joe, seconded Corey as his support. Against? It's carried. The next one we have is the from Community Grant Fund account to Within Nature for cost towards regenerative learning busing. They requested $20,000. The recommendation is 5,000. The recommendation 5. The discussion over the middle.
I'll move, Madam Chair.
We're seconding, Jane. Thank you.
I'll second, Madam Chair. Aroha mai.
Rolly.
I think when I listen to this corridor, I see a lot of positives. I see a lot of positive because it's a completely different way of learning for our rangatahi. It's inclusive, and I'm listening to them here. It's inclusive of not just one age group, but multiple age groups. And I think one of the things that is sticking out for me is far too many times I see a lot of our children stuck at home on PlayStations, and for me, there's no other way to put it. It goes with the head and say, when you, I suppose, learn to work with nature, you're not just learning about gardening, you're learning about nurturing, you're learning about, I suppose, supporting the environment. There's whole different layers you get. And this is the type of, I suppose, education I don't see enough of. I see a lot of classroom stuff. I see a lot of technical stuff on technology like computers, but to actually have something that takes you into nature itself and allows you to, I suppose, be a part of that environment. And most of all, it gives you those skills to be able to, those life skills. You can take those lessons and they don't have to stand at class. They can go home, you can grow your own food. You can support community groups like I see so many of them doing. We see pātaka out there. And so the opportunity for this is huge. But what I also like about it is that he's working their way to self-sustainability. And so I see food sovereignty in there, but I also see a means to be able to create an economy of funds that will one day all goes like an independent business. And I think in times like this, we need those entrepreneurs that are willing to take that risk, that encourage us and inspire us to see beyond that little block that we're used to. And for me, there's so many positives that I see in this thing. Is it $20,000 positive? I don't know, but considering I hear that there's been a lot of returns to that group, it certainly shows that there's a lot of positivity being shared in there, and our rangatahi have seen that it's worthwhile learning, otherwise they wouldn't go back. So,
Is it me?
Jane.
Kia ora. It's the time zone, I'm 2 hours behind you. We saw this application, we saw this funding application from this organisation, and we were really excited by it. I remember us being really quite enthusiastic about the different approach that they were taking. We didn't see Marcus that time round, so I'm really pleased he actually fronted today to actually talk to us so we could eyeball him in person. I look at what they've achieved in the 12 months since we last funded them, and they are ticking the boxes and actually delivering on what they said they would do. And I'm particularly encouraged by the partnership with Anton and Ricky at the Duke. I think that's a great move forward. I have one caveat, though. They haven't given us their funding reports. And I really do think that we need to kind of follow our own rules, and we should leave this to lie on the table until we receive their funding reports.
Through the chair, that will come to the next meeting. They submitted it because I said you hadn't.
Yeah, but I think we need people to have a discipline that goes, we need to submit our funding report before we apply for some more funding, don't you think? Anyway, I'll leave it to you. That's just my concern, is that we do seem to see people that keep coming back before they submit the reports, and we should really sign off on the reports first. I like what they're doing.
I hear you, Jane. We too readily accept them. At the same time, people submit for additional funding. When was the date on the previous action?
You got it.
I'm just suggesting we hold it for 1 month until we get the report, that's all.
Are you happy to agree with that?
Yeah.
Report. Get to the vote, maybe. Slide previous lesson support originating against. So that's the next thing we move on to is $3,790 from this is actually from Pride Base Fund to Functional Sex Trust for cost towards 2 portable AED units. We do not have the funded as private place, I don't particularly think it is. Do I have a mover? I'll move. I'll move that comes out of the easy grant fund. $3,790. Thank you, Dave. Don't have anything to say around this other than we're talking life-saving equipment. Very crucial now for communities.
Yes, 10 minutes, getting AEDs.
10 minutes.
So, you'll be quick.
These are portable units that go with the nurses, don't they?
Yeah.
Any further discussion around this? Get to the vote. All those in support, 3,790 out of the next one, $5,000. This is community grant fund account. Te Tito Tokara Tarai Waka.
That one's left until August.
Yeah.
Big one. So we move on to the next one. They requested 12,570 and the recommendation was 5,000 from Community Grant Fund to Splash Save Foundation Hospitals by order of Arnold Petcock. Joe? Second up.
I'll second.
Too slow.
Okay, that's okay. It's the time zone.
Yes.
Okay. Joe, would you like to speak to that?
I think that the comment of the presenter was that makes a compelling case related to the statistics around the number of people, and it always feels like such a shame that so many people lose their life that way when water can be such a pleasurable place to be, which is what another person talked about. And I'm also wondering whether we increase it a little bit. I don't feel strongly about that, but I do feel strongly about people being safe around water, given that the beaches are such a great place to have fun and the rivers are such a great place to have fun, and got confidence that we can all get safe in those locations.
Increasing somewhat. I don't know that I've heard of the one. I guess this is sort of the first time around, so for me, I'm interested to see how it goes. I'm interested in supporting it. See some success comes from it, but I'm happy to look at it. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. We'll just continue this discussion forward.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. Phil didn't have it. Communities have been calling out for this resource for a long time. No one can say the other sector too, but I never knew that Jane pointed out that I thought was really important was to engage with sport locally. But the fact that they manage the facilities, I mean, if he isn't really good at that's a concern because actually rolling the program out in these areas of the outputs, the culture, you know. It's hard to say there's a need in the community to know this, but when it's implementing the program, we use it. I didn't hear it initially. Was that fair to say, Jane?
Sorry, say that again. You're quite. It's quite hard to hear you, Corey.
Just raising the point that the connection between Splash Save and Sport Northland needs to be. Yeah,
I was quite encouraged because my real concern when I read the application was that I couldn't see any demonstrated links to our local community groups, but I was reassured when I saw what they'd done in Rotorua with the Marae program. So when he told me that they were working with the Kindergarten Association of the Kura, And then he told me that this is a younger demographic. I felt a lot more reassured that they are actually talking with the right people, so that they are hooking into the community. So, yeah, I felt more reassured after talking to him, and that they are already talking to Sport Northland. He did actually specifically say that.
I think for me, when I look at this application, one thing that sticks out for me is when they ask if they've had any conversations with mana whenua, the answer is no. And that's the reason why I have a little bit of concern on this, because the mana whenua is Ngāti Hine, which covers a huge expanse of area. And considering the target, I suppose, the ethnicities, Pacific Island and Māori, I would have thought that you would have at least reached out to the iwis or some type of Māori organisation in order to ensure that you were going to have those targeted people included inside this course. I suppose, it's not a rule out for me, but it's just concerning that I don't see that in there. Because
they mentioned I think they mentioned they were working with the Kura Kaupapa, but I don't know what group there is, Roddy. Is the one that particularly targets Ngāti Hine, a particular Kura Kaupapa, their youth transition? Or no, it's younger than that, isn't it?
The Kura Kaupapa, well, when you look at Kura Kaupapa, the primary up until you get to secondary, it's not actually targeting that group of people that he's mentioning, which is early childhood stage.
Yeah.
And certainly, it's just, this is a good result. Don't get me wrong. It's just that I want to ensure that the right, I suppose, groups are in the right places so that they can be successful in doing this. The last thing I wanted to do is to go through all this trouble and the targeted people are not in their collective. Okay.
Can we give them that feedback? Because I think why that is kind of overlooked, and not just be general ignorant, so people not from the area. But yeah.
Given that they're going to be working inside the Bear Islands Recreation Centre, I'm actually on their group, so I'll talk to them. I'll send it through to via Edith, because she's the principal of the Bear Islands College. We have to have some conversation with her just to ensure. I don't see this as a thing to knock it down. It's just the assurance that targeted people will make it through the system.
I think the program's good. We just need to make sure it works in our rohi.
Yeah. Partnership's key. Yeah. And sorry, just to talk to what Donnie was saying, because we're off grid communities, we have so many water holes that our kids play in that it sort of goes under the radar. My kids, I've observed kids at water holes, and some of them don't know how to swim. And I say that because I can see that they don't know how to bloody swim. So they'll do it long, they'll do it manu, and as long as they can turn around and splash about and just reach the side of the bank, so these observations, so I'm looking at the parents and, or I'm in the water with them. That being said, these are the target groups that he's talking about. These are the inland water holes, not to mention the lifesavers, certain lifesavers in our area either. So, which has been sort of a plan of my background for a while. I'm asking the question, especially with certain lifesavers in New Zealand, how do we resource them? Especially Ahipara, they have the only working surf life other than Ahipara, nowhere else up from Whangarei as far as I know. So that being said, we've had so many deaths on the coast because we've assumed that these people know how to swim, but these people have swum out, and this is to a whanaunga mine up in Doubtful Bay. He tapu tōkana moina. So the thing was, he swam out to try and see his nephews and nieces and somebody else, and he got caught in the grip. They survived, and he unfortunately perished. But this is what I'm saying, is we assume that everybody knows how to swim. Everybody that hits the beaches in our communities, and we live on the coast, so especially in our touchy life. So I think it's a kaupapa that needs to be pushed forward, but I don't know, how we engage with communities, to Roddy's point, is the key. And for us, community is the who on the ground is going to be rolling this out, not to mention the fact that we've got a crisis, the public transport, so people getting from isolated communities to them once we come into, what I mean? So there's a bit of work, but ultimately, because the need is.
It sounds like this program educates the parents as well, because the parents might also not be able to swim. So, it could be quite a good thing if we can get it right.
Definitely targeted for 0 to 8-year-olds. I think, I've observed this whole people not being able to swim over decades of living in the bay. And it all came about when they had to have lifeguards at school pools. And the schools couldn't afford lifeguards, and there wasn't this lifeguards in the areas. The pools closed. So all the after hours and weekends, where parents took the kids to the school pool and chucked them in, and sat down and had a picnic, disappeared. And it's a real concern, bearing in mind that we have pools ourselves that are not that accessible anyway, and then they have to have lifeguards to be able to have that. So, thank goodness for Kororaraka and their annual swimming event where they just chuck everyone.
The annual, and nobody's stopped it yet.
No. Well, perhaps we shouldn't have spoken about that. Okay. So I've got $5,000 on the table here. Are you proposing an amendment, or we have to? No, we'll keep it 5. But with the feedback that we discussed. Is there a note for correct? So move Jane, second Tyler, I'll put that to the heads. Page we have $4,000 community grant fund to the Artaka Thompson Sailing Trust for cost towards new sailing voyages. Second, Roddy.
Yeah, this is an amazing opportunity here for kids in the region, and everyone knows what it's about, and great.
Everything he said. When you have a look at the Thompson William, the course that they do inspires confidence. It's inspiration on multiple levels. It encourages our rangatahi to not just give up, but to meet each challenge the best that they can. And I think some of the things that we take for granted, it actually teaches you how to work together as a team. Because I've noted that a lot of the people who've been on their ship still hold their relationships today. And it's a beautiful thing, because it's not a relationship formed for just the course. In a lot of the cases that I've seen, it's a relationship that's made for life. And these are things that you can't just grow anywhere. It takes special environment, it takes special people, and that's what I see in Taka Thompson. Is it creates a wonderful environment for learning, for creating positivity, creating confidence, and that's something we need, especially in these times. I mean,
it's a life-changing experience for all these kids.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll put it to the vote. Moved Jane, seconded Roddy, $2,000, wasn't support. The heads, it's carried. The next one we have from Community Grant Fund is $5,000. Little Dip has requested $9,000. Little Dip is Aquatic Centre for cost towards blue line hydrate therapy. Do we have a mover? I'll move this head on the table.
I'll also do it.
Corey? This is a business. Carla alluded to that. She didn't it's a secret. I'm just going to put the additional information to send it to the information. There was some fee. Might have some information.
Penny Seven.
Signature on the application, but that's not unusual. The only supporting letter is actually from Kaikoura School, which is not in our ward. And there was one from town from the Dementia Society organisation. I'm really in your hands with this one. I'm not overly supportive of supporting things that are private businesses that have been attached. I'm wondering what our formal coal information centre, what they offer, because we've actually purchased in the past, we've supported hoists for people with disabilities and various other things over the years, and studies. We do have a full unit having a paper, and there's actually a huge benefit to our wider community and our area. So I'm open to a discussion and debate on this.
Madam Chair, I've got my hand up.
Corey's next.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry, Jean. I'm a little, I'll declare it, I'm a little bit biased because what wasn't mentioned is that kura teams for the difference. So I won't tell you the bus travels in, and our kids have been travelling to the difference for the last couple of months. How I know that this mahi has been done is because our Pōtiki, our youngest girl, Amokura, who's a mild version of cerebral palsy. And so she's been getting special attention at the district to her. So she hasn't been isolated away and had someone working with her on her own. But the thing is that all our communities, and this goes across the board, we're just lacking the specialists. So in this instance, it's probably, if it goes towards training and it goes towards that sort of stuff, working in that space, but because the paper is such a broad brush to include Alzheimer's, it's more like a therapy space as opposed to public forums and reps and like getting as a high school archives and stuff. So if it leads into that, I'm quite happy personally that if it's reduced, then so be it. But I know through the kura that there are, it was Carla did state that the other kura, but our kura have been attending quite regularly as well. And they have done over the years. It did come down to subsidised drumming ultimately. And it's a privilege for me to say this because I have been taking them, so obviously we've been able to cover it. Or we've been subsidised, so I'll declare that. But at the same time, understanding that it's a small niche, I'll state that, but also this was on behalf of my Portugal, but on the other side, talking about our time, especially with Kirikiri being a growing elderly community, just keeping it open and honest, that specific space, might be in the future. And this is what I mean, unless we see a long-term plan or a strategic plan moving it to accommodate Kirikiri as an example, I don't know. But there's space for that, is what I'm saying. So,
that's good. It's featured, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it's the only featured. Any other discussion?
Me? Hello?
Oh, sorry, Jane, sorry.
Hello. Yeah, Madam Chair, I share your concerns because this is a business. They made a surplus, which is all good. It's a really worthy thing that they're proposing to do, but I'm not sure it's really for the community board to fund. When you look at the things that we want to focus on in terms of our small dollars to spread our putia as wide as possible, this is a one-year course for 35 people. And I just think in terms of bang for buck, I'm just not sure it's the best use of our funding for the type of kaupapa that we kind of want to support. I mean, it's really worthy, don't get me wrong, but I just think it's not that it's exclusive. It's quite narrow, it's quite defined, and it's not broadly available to many people. So, for that reason, I probably won't be supporting this application.
Sorry, Jane. The coal is featured too, Roddy, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much what Jane just said, but like DHB with funding for Alzheimer's and that, or like physio courses and stuff, and yeah, again, it's a business and great place. Both my kids went there for training, yeah, just the same for business. And I felt that the quote wasn't detailed enough, like how many sessions, or if you go down at this one session, it's showing the cost and they're paying on top of that. It seems quite expensive.
Can I add to that? Yes. Would it make any difference if the application came from the Parkinson's or Alzheimer's local association to fund and subsidise members attending a commercial?
Possibly, but she said they're already paying $50 a week. So,
right.
Obviously, also looking at that contribution to subsidise.
Because I was just, in terms of giving some feedback, curious whether we suggested that that's what she did was go back to the society.
The chair, we did actually suggest that to her last year.
Right.
That's when she was to blame. And it was the same project, and she was told then that as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's applied, they would have a much better chance of success. So she's been told that. Okay.
But even then, it's only 35 people for 12 months. In terms of community board funding, it's kind of really narrow focus in terms of limited putia. That's and yes, but it would be more acceptable if it came from the charities themselves.
I'll put it to the vote. I was in support of $5,000 to responsibility. Or 5,000. I was against. So that's failed. Okay, moving on. Community grant fund. We've got a recommendation here for the Gold Club. They requested $3,000. Recommendations for $100 towards advertising that might be cool. Or Matariki, that's depends on the toilet remover. Second up. Second it to the on table. Right.
I couldn't really see in the application any really genuine deeper link to Matariki, apart from just using the name as part of a golf club event. And I think maybe the only link is that it was 9 holes. It's on that weekend. It's just on that weekend. Okay. So it feels very superficial and I'm not, and golf is sort of a bit of an elitist sport. And I'm not 100% sure why the community board would be funding this. That is just an event for some golfers that has very shallow connections to a really important national event. So I'm not really supportive. I think the relation of that.
I also would like to speak for the it's using Matariki and name only. So going to throw in the stars with flowing balls. It doesn't catch us so glow in the dark, sorry. There's also a per entry fee of $180 per year, right, which is quite substantial. So I would like to speak for that as well. We don't fund Kai or anything else, and the advertising is very, very well sponsored. You see Coleridge and 1, 2, 3, 4 other logos there to be filled for sponsorship. So we are good discussion.
Yeah, so then I had the exact same feeling. To be honest with you, it is one of the things that I've always been concerned about since, I suppose, Matariki was brought out into the public the way it has been, is that people would simply use it as a means to get funding and things like that. And for me, I couldn't make the connection between golf and Matariki or anything else that they hadn't did. And it just made my concerns a reality, because we're going to get organisations like that. We're going to get groups like that. And I think this is for me. Well, I wouldn't support this at all. When I look at Matariki, well, then there's enough stars out there, and each of them have their own kupa that goes with it, meaningful, and they could have used anything in there. But they didn't. They just took the name Matariki and they slapped it onto a golf tournament, and I believe that was enough. For me, it isn't enough, because the significance of Matariki to not just Māori anymore, but to Aotearoa, New Zealand is huge. And as well as supporting kaupapa around Matariki, we also have to have that mindset of protecting it at the same time.
I think this is probably like an interesting time to talk about what the difference between a business sponsoring an event and the community board providing funding for community good is, right? Because this very clearly just looks like a sponsorship proposal to me, rather than them coming to us with a very genuine competition that they think is going to provide public good and community good without, as you've mentioned, Jane, slim funds that we've got to try and stretch as much as we can across our wairuhi. And then to add insult to injury, I suppose, in the sense that they've just slapped Matariki on there as a that significant. I mean, they're going to make like $9,000 off their entry fees. They've got $6,000 in prizes. It feels like there's probably plenty of fat in that for them to survive without us.
Jane.
Tatoka, all the comments that have been made before, and I just also like to make one point. When I look at funding applications, my yardstick is how many members of the public will get joy and benefit and happiness from this event, and anything that you're going to pay for and that's enclosed and restricted and available to only a few people, to me doesn't sit well with our limited putia. And when you're putting an event on, you want to try and make it as public and as accessible as possible for us to support it. And this just doesn't tick the boxes. And to be honest, $100 seemed to be a very, rather not give them any money at all or sponsor a prize, but that's not our core business. So it was a no from me from the outset. Kia ora.
I'll speak against it.
Well, I was going to say,
You're going to speak in support.
but I do want to come to the technical effects of the community golf club. And this is, I've got to disclose that I've worked with them when they applied for foundation with funding. I really want to do, but I'm bringing this forward because they involved Ngāti Rehia. And what that was to support an after-school program where young Māori doctors from Ngāti Rehia were to program the building scene. I don't want to assume that there's an assumption that they don't know about Matariki, because I'm happy to involve with them. So, all that being said, I still support the plan of the application based on what everybody said. But just for Kirikiri Golf Club and the things of more than the things, but just so they have been engaged with Matariki in the past. Yeah, correct. It's part of the size of the people, so.
Okay, so I'm going to put this recommendation for $100 to the vote. All those in support, granting $100 to the Kirikiri Golf Club. Those in against? Okay, so that's nice. Okay, moving on to Hospice Mid-Northland. This is $5,210 from Community Grant Fund for hospitals, adjustable medical beds and extenders. Do I have an order? Jane, thank you. Second to put it on the table. Jane.
Yes, it's something I support. Having a family member that's been through all that, and they've done a lot of good work, and a few more these tables that are going to help us be a bit more comfortable, and something I support.
They had been to board in the past and we have the extras.
Last year, it was replacement mattresses.
They do have two. The other community group, the community was on. I think they want to be small. I just wanted to reference the funding consultant. Where is it? Just get my application started up. Information.
So we are funding 2 beds, is what you're proposing, Catherine?
Yes.
And mattresses.
Beds, 2 beds. So the amount per bed is 2,500 and something, and the number that you've given us is 2 beds.
And hopefully we'll granted them 5,000.
Last time it came to us, it
For
was
mattresses.
To replace the ones that had expired.
and they didn't seem to have a plan in place for how they were going to continue to replace mattresses.
Yeah. And we asked about their depreciation and how they funded things. Like,
didn't get any straight. I don't believe this has been addressed in this application either. Catherine, just refresh my memory because there's so much paperwork here. This is currently they have actually now employed a funding consultant to go out.
Yeah, Rachel Palmer is now.
Yeah, so they actually have somebody employed. Yeah,
they have, the person who applied for funding last year has left, and it would seem they're still sorting through some what happened while they was. I don't know what the details are, but I do know that we do the finding for the next year so that we get the funding report. $6,000 they granted last year.
Yes, I feel. I mean, I am speaking against it, and I'm speaking against it. I guess for a number of reasons, and historically, to us in the information we have, and issues haven't actually been addressed. The other thing that many of us is that hospice owns to commercial buildings here in Kirikiri. Their op shop makes money, and they have volunteers running it. And it would be good to see them, if they're not already, getting their lion's share back here in the north to actually fund this sort of thing. There's a lot to these organisations, and I don't believe that we necessarily get the full picture when we get the information, accompanying information. Jane, you want to add?
Madam Chair, did you also mention the report isn't returned yet, so we should be consistent and leave it till next month, the same as Living Nature? Because we haven't seen their report from last year, we should be consistent.
Yeah, we'll just continue the discussion, and if there's an appetite to decline it, then we won't need to.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. You were.
I have spoken against.
Oh right, okay.
So,
yeah, I feel a bit between you and Dane actually in terms of arguments, because they do, hospices do provide a really important service, admittedly for a small number of people. So if we're looking at that, like getting the biggest bang for our buck, but it's very well appreciated by the people who and the families when you have to utilise that service, and it's not well funded centrally. However, I understand the point that you're making as well, Madam Chair, around there's some lack of transparency around where the money that's been generated from their own local fundraising through the shops, is that going into this region or is it going into the central funds? So I think, but I'd like to make it clear to the organisation that we clearly support their work, or I support their work. There's just some questions around how the money's spent locally, where the funding comes from. That would help if they could answer some of that. It might give us a little bit more confidence around supporting them in the future.
Because they've just done their big fundraising drive with the dance, the Dancing with the Stars, and they'd raised a huge amount of money from that. And we were kind of like, so you're also coming to us as well. So we wanted to understand some of those dynamics. in terms of before we committed funds. So yeah, we were quite uncertain last time. But I think just on a process perspective, we should probably defer until next month, as we haven't had the report back from last year's funding. Leave it to lie on the table.
So would anybody else like to speak in support of this application?
Well, to Catherine's point, Kaipui is paid is it 5,210? Yeah, is often better now. I've got a personal connection because my mother's a volunteer, so she comes over once a week. But previous to that, we used to have our own op shop in Kyle in the main street in town, and she was running it for shops I would say more than around 5-6 years. But her celebration was, I made $100 today. This is in Kyle, and so I don't know. My question to her is the same. Where is that put to go? Does it go to Kipu, or does it go regionally, or does it go to the? But in saying that, I was just thinking she had something that she one is it gave her purpose because she could help people, and two, she's a bloody hoarder. So it's the perfect environment for her to sit through everything and clean everything up. Oh my God. Anybody else like to speak?
Do we have an appetite to put this to the vote, or would you like to let it lie and have a discussion again next month?
I think we should be consistent.
Yeah, I would like to put it. I'd like to leave it to lie, regardless of what people's feelings are, because I think
consistency.
A report might add new information on the table that we're not aware of.
Okay, happy with that, Dave?
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. We'll let it lie. All those in support? Against?
Not 40.
So the next item, Jay, we are letting that lie. That's going to come back to that money we granted last September. The playground's going to be to us next month. We're going to be busy next month. And finally, we have the balance of from the previous request for the 10% inaugural Mardi Gras 2027 festival. The balance of the previous request is actually 13,956. So I'll put that full amount that we discussed last month. And do I have a mover? This is Mardi Gras 2027. Yeah, let's go. Second up. I'll second it. The discussion.
I'm happy to support the full balance of the request. I think the Mardi Gras, well, I mean, we talked about it last time. It's an amazing opportunity that would, I'm hoping, extend beyond just Kitty in terms of the people who would want to turn up, who like to support that kind of cultural diversity in this community. And I think it fits well with what we're hoping that our community looks like. So yeah, I'm happy to support. It's a nice possible last week as well.
My take on these things is when we have organisers that are qualified to actually ensure that events succeed. I have faith that they can make it work and make it a big event. And if we don't fund and support the inaugural events, to give people and communities the opportunity to introduce something new that could become sustainable quite quickly and attract crowds from all over. I feel that, we have to test the waters, and if they don't get good seed funding apply externally funding to get that big bucket of money, then it's not likely to succeed. So if we support them with that goal, hence my support of the balance of funds in full for 13,136, it gives them a good legal time in this difficult market environment to actually go out and use that full amount from the last amount And hopefully next year they will do that. A huge success and take it to more and it's really good to see that Kitty have stepped up and are actually probably leading the way in events over and above dare I say my play here, which historically is like the event capital with the infrastructure. So, you know, we are supporting something in our larger town. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to put in that I support it, but would you like to look, Turner Centre, please, Tyler, ensure that you actively look at a satellite event in Kororaraka on Sunday.
Tyler's not at the table, but his ears are open.
Well, I just think, you know, that if we can spread the love and we put the money into these events and get as many people getting the joy, then that's a good thing.
We'll get that placemaking finished and then we'll come and party on your streets.
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay, any other discussion?
Just
Corey.
Sorry, I've got to mention it because when Jerry spoke, he did mention the Rātana.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't talk about the kaupapa because they're very members of our communities, you know, our diverse communities into a space where we celebrate their music. I attended the Winterfest just recently, saw the numbers, saw the feedback, and as a musician, as somebody that's, you know, that's in those sort of realms, I'm always going to support kaupapa like this. The beauty of it is, ka hopi aku mahara ki te whānau kope i tēnei ngā pau, nā rewa tātika ki a rātou. Kia koe te matua mix. We just lost one of our major pau in the music community for Ngāpu and the entire Taito generation. So I just wanted to mention Matua Mix properly. So he's one of the leaders of the Rātana band over in Auckland. So when I heard that, I thought, you know, because for me, I'm trying to, like Aroha, we're trying to inspire the young ones. Music is the tool to get into the ears, right? And I went to inspire them. I'm a bit precious because I see 1,000 and I see 1,000,000 singers, but not many playing instruments. So the fact that we'll have a heap of all sorts of musicians that travel around Kirikiri is a good benchmark. And from what I hear, this seed run is potentially, you know, as a social enterprise, this could roll over and self-sustain itself. I think it's beautiful. I think it's needed. And it's the perfect catalyst to be actually out in the community making a noise. I mean, literally. Yeah, yeah, but it'll inspire. So, because I saw the drummers were attached to it, I saw the people that were, the groups that were attached to it. So it's real diverse, and at the same time, why not?
It's splitting from the 2 financial years to still leaves us enough in our pot to spread around. Any more discussion?
Yes. I wasn't here for last month's meeting, but you know, one thing I know about music, because I grew up with this fella named Tokopompi, Samiti, faithful Māori show band. And so I grew up with him in a little place called Malatai. And one thing that I noticed about him was no matter where he went with the saxophone, and brought people together. And that's the power of music. It's the power to bring people together, no matter where you come from, no matter what killer you are, it brings you together, and it's always had that ability. And so when you do kaupapa like this, well then it's not just about the kaupapa, it's about enhancing all of our people in our communities. And I'm always going to be supportive of those events that bring people together and then allows, I suppose, the difference between them to be celebrated. And that's what ultimately, for me, it's about not just unity, but celebrating the rich diversity of music, culture, all in one single event. And I just take this time to I need to go to the quarter with Corey. i te whakamanatia ni te mano o te rangatira matua next. This acknowledge the Corey's acknowledgement of the matua next.
To the right, all those in support from the community grant on 13,136. Against? These are funding applications. Item 8.1 on page 60. Islands Fund, our community board received the report 2025-2026 review fund report. Please.
Chair, apology. Just mention that the report about did not participate in the funding meetings.
Thanks. It's given. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the information report? Thanks, Joe. Interesting breakdown as usual. Catherine, would you want to point anything out to us or speak to anything?
I think it's pretty straightforward. I try and make it simple to understand. So
it is good to get a breakdown. I did have a couple of comments, and it's just being pedantic, really. With the Tri-Oceans one, we had pie here next to it. It's actually Waitangi. They are a place. Just saying. And also underneath it, they on the side, that was also Waitangi, if I recall.
I think they use the addresses that
yes,
they've used,
yeah.
So that's
likewise with the New Zealand multi-hull event, Jane, I think that was held out of Opua.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just and a lot of these some of these events that are listed as Paihia or Kirikiri actually do encompass surrounding areas. Like if there's a festival, it's not just Paihia, that might be where the infrastructure is, but it might include Purumarika and Waitangi as well, and sometimes Haruru. So just, I'm not being pedantic, but I just think it's not a, we know because we've funded where these events are in our community, but the members of the public, I think, looking at this and saying, oh gosh, you know, Kirikiri gets everything. I think it's everything. I think we really need to look at the wider benefit. And I know it's not easy to do that, Catherine, when you get applications from specific event funders all the time. The address will come through as the same thing. So that's my only comment on it. But thank you very much for the work on the breakdown. I think it's really interesting, and we could dive deeper into it, but it's a really good summary, so thank you.
and the next one, through the chair, the next one you're likely to get probably the first meeting of 2027 calendar year. So they've done the first 6 months of this year, and then we'll have a wrap up in July next year.
And just in relation to what we spoke about, just the board members in relation to the Melbourne Festival, if you look on page 67, that the purple line on the black, anything has overtaken play here in what we funding, which I think is really interesting. It shows a shift to people in our communities. Well, it shows a shift to the success of Kirikiri running events, but it also shows that people without all the infrastructure in place, they can do events, they can be successful. And also Kirikiri perhaps is these days a wider draw card from our outlying rural communities for events. And I think the Christmas parade is a classic example. Christmas events and the people it brings in from all over. So I just wanted to acknowledge those in Kirikiri really, and the hard work that they do in order to make these things happen. It's hard work, collaborative. It's not easy.
It's not easy. Somebody's got to do it.
A second to go?
I don't have
Anything else anybody wants to know from you? No? Okay, to the vote. Who is in support? New business meetings report, page 71. Mobile's following a committee board note that July 2026 meetings reports from Chair Dillon, the board meeting Joe and Sam Craig, Vendor, and Ronnie Peavy. All those in support? Sorry. Second.
I'll second.
Joe. I'll take mine as read.
A question. Oh, thank you for using the chair. Yes, again. Just in relation to the Waitangi Bridge, I just want to give you guys an update that to us and asked for a replacement bridge. We won't be replacing it. It's not a building. It's not going to donor track subsidy from the PTA. And we could get the end of it well. And we have 32 bridges that are currently
Can you speak up, please?
But we will be doing an upgrade on the Waitangi Bridge, which will involve scaffolding hanging off the side. It won't include that flow of traffic. And we will be introducing a weight restriction. So to do that up there.
I think it's very important that's important, and given that we now have the road sealed around, yes, yeah, there's no heavy traffic to come.
I just wasn't sure about the buses. That's what I'm not sure if the bus qualifies as heavy.
Load of the pressure, I'm sure it does.
Yeah. Waitangi Day is upwards to 20,000 to 30,000 people, and bridges to capacity. So with the weight restriction, I wonder how that will affect on his, because it's
we shall see. The only thing I wanted to bring to attention in my report, and I don't know if you want to just go through them, I connect to mine as well, is Tyler and I attended a workshop. It was a one-day workshop, it was supposed to be 2 days, but it ended up being 1 day, related to developing the Kitty urban design framework. It was, in the end, despite some reservations about it not being well attended, it was very well attended. We had local groups like our Kitty, Vision Kitty, and also significant number of local partners represented there. Well, I think there was maybe about 20 people up there, and it was facilitated by Giles from FNDC, and also 2 members of Miscal. They did a really great job, actually. There was lots of involvement. It wasn't just we weren't just being talked out. We were involved in engaging with lots of ideas and really giving back a lot of positive concepts about what we really felt Kitty needed. And the conversation we felt really constructive. And generally, I'd say there was despite the variety of different members there was a general consensus around what people wanted. So I think it's, we haven't finished yet. It's the process is going to continue for another few months yet. But it feels like it's heading in a positive direction to create some strong guidelines for what the people of this community want to see in how the town is developed.
Yeah, just to follow on from what Joe's saying, this is sort of the forward-moving implementation from the Kitty Waikato Spatial Plan, and one of the interesting things I think that has been mentioned is there's always been this talk of like Kitty retaining the village feel, but this exercise is helping actually specify what might that village feel be, rather than have this blanket term. And like you say, I think there was a little bit of early reservation from some of the stakeholders around this, feeling that maybe it had almost been done before, but I think a real positive feeling in the building on the day.
So it was great. So we'll keep you updated as we go through the process. We'll see any more questions for my report.
Just something for general about people. Reporting links.
Yep.
And I had a phone call from a lady at India. Did you get that? And she said they're not easy to fix. They require capital investment. They don't have the budget and they're putting in some of the patients to council. And I'm not a plumber, I don't understand why they're people chicks to fix a leak, but I just wanted to do that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of leaks in the lately, and you might have seen the one on the weekend that was damaging cars. There's been reported weeks in advance and things have been fixed. And big pothole opened up and they had to shut the road, or the side of the road down, fix it. They fixed it the next day once it was on Facebook. So there's life of the road opposite the super. Yeah. And there's been a lot of leaks around here. I'm not sure if the one across the road is still leaking, the corner of the road. That's about the third time that's been leaking. Little lane's been shut down 3 or 4 times a year. But yeah, so these leaks actually, we would see emails how it's affecting businesses and places that they have to shut down. Parents have to come in and pick up the kids. So it's quite widespread.
I don't understand what's the other. The one that doing my head is the one that I heard the voice. But I strongly encourage people who've got a fault to call the council up with social media. Mistakes that are in there, patrolling the social media page, the expectation that we don't forget it. So, yeah, I don't understand it. Just wanted to let you know that.
Well, it is liquid gold these days, Council. It's about to become about 5 dollars.
I wish it hadn't rained yesterday, but then I second after they pulled my bumper as well.
Anything else?
I just the New World lines have been fixed.
Oh, good.
So
Okay.
they're no longer on the footpath. The path is now clear. I'm not actually sure who does the work.
Does it really matter?
It's done.
Yeah. You would have been quite helpful on that, so that's that. Everything else is pretty straightforward.
And the new emergency lighting.
Yeah, new emergency lighting was in and working.
Yeah, thank you too. Just go to shine.
shots.
Yes.
It was dark that night. No, it's been for drive.
Yeah, just amazing what collaboration is, it's all about communication, isn't it? Getting the right people in the right place, having a discussion, we can have things
Fast, we made things happen super fast.
Yes. That's why community boards are so amazing, guys. Okay, moving on. We've had Joe. Jane, we're up to your report.
Yes, I know.
Not much in golden, only one. Oh no, that's just to highlight that it's been 4 years.
Yeah. And I can't really get any sense out of William, so I keep asking him. I'm going to try and get some sense out of him, but he's still quite agitated. There's a couple of issues which are quite important, which I just wanted to highlight. Is obviously still the Opua hillside, and thank you, Ivan, for removing the trees. I didn't have to go to the annual meeting with a pair of sunglasses and a hat on, but this hill is still slipped, and infrastructure do need to do something about stabilising that slip, because the hill will fall down after heavy rain. So there's still work to be done there. And the other ongoing issue I just wanted to raise is that the sewage treatment plant is overflowing when we get severe weather events and we get a lot of flooding. And it's now been 3 times this year, and each time MPI issue a stop sell notice on the oyster farmers. So they've had nearly 3 months out of 6 where they've actually been unable to sell, which affects their livelihood. So it is a significant issue. So I've raised it. I've had a word. I took Hilda to see the sewage treatment plant, and I've just mentioned it to her as well. I know Kelly had an email from Robert Willoughby, but we do need to do something about it. It's quite a problem.
Going from memory, Jane, his budget was approved in last annual plan, but I just had to go back and double check that, because I know that Councillor Howard is certainly advocating for this.
Yeah, apparently the resource consent is lapsed as well, which is another concern. So yeah, I would really like a briefing for the community from somebody from council. I think that would be really good if we could organise that. But anyway, I'll speak to Stephen.
Thanks, Jane. Ivan was in the room, but he's just popped out, so I'm sure he can pick that up in the meeting.
Well, Ivan's done a great job.
Any questions for Jane? Roddy, the illegal dumping king of district. You're doing a fabulous job here.
I didn't get out of it.
Yes.
There was one out of two. Then they kept the other ones up because they cleaned up the mess as well. I made a deal with those who are female. Yeah, they do it on their own free will. Then nothing goes on Facebook. And I just remind them that while it doesn't go on Facebook, I have my own little folder that it goes and sits in there. So they don't get away with anything. There's some things I wanted to discuss, but I can't do it while they things up because some of the information I have hold is sensitive and been asked not to divulge it in public. So that's probably I'll put me on what's happened with Kaiko. I think one of the major things that happened is that a lot of our communities in our rural space and the local hapu whānau have decided that we all want to play ball because they're now noticing that their waterways are being affected. And for a lot of our rural, I suppose, communities, they don't have the privilege of having pipeline water. And so what we've been seeing a lot of, and it's nothing new, it's just that people are working up to it. And that's a lot of the deterioration to the water quality. And we all know what happened when you drink, I suppose, contaminated water. People start getting sick. So I reckon that the regional council did as well. And so all of the parties that need to be there are sitting there now, just waiting for the community to name their date. I need to be going out to have a look at that area this weekend. They've got a drone going up. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm the king of legal dumping.
Roddy.
The reality is.
See that this is amazing outcome. And the Yeehaw moment for me is when I knew that Roddy actually followed me anyway to be
Roddy, I've got a question for you. He pātai tau. Very early on in our last triennium, we had a conversation about Tauranga Waka, and we had concerns that the council weren't really looking after it in the way that it should have been looked after. And at that time, I did talk with Te Hono a little bit about a management plan, potentially having Hapu take over the management of that area. I know that's a bit of a dirty sort of subject at the moment, but the reality is that this is a really important location and the mowing is not fit for scratch. Part of it is actually looked after by Ngāti Manu. They've got part of that area which they've planted and they mow and they look after, and it's kept clean and tidy. But the bit that the council owns, as Roddy noted, the road is completely almost undrivable. I mean, I've driven down there and you really can't get a car down there. It's used for launching, and the council's just not doing, in my view, a good enough job of looking out of that reserve. And I'm just wondering whether we can progress something on that.
I don't know. I've been in talks with Ngāti Hine. While Ngāti Manu ultimately holds the role of kaitiakitanga, we still have to take into consideration that Ngāti Hine qualities flexible needs to be there. And so they've actually been having conversations. I actually put together a letter and that was going to be sent off to Wakakotahi using the relationship for the roading, because basically we have 4 years and no movement on their road. And to give you an idea how bad it is, I can park my entire van in the pot. And when I look down, if it was full of water, I'd be up to my knees. And yet, as Jane has said, this is a very significant area. So significant not just because of ancestors, but because that's...
I mean, I understand that part of the issue is obviously the mana whenua discussions that have to be had by them. But the thing is, council's not doing a good enough job, so we need to come up with a better solution.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of the letter was, I'm just waiting for mana whenua to say that it's okay.
There is apparently a working group, but I do think we should take it offline.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Leslie. Just a question for Councillor. With regard to the government vote, is that still there, Roddy? Because I think it's possibly going to see
generally speaking, that's the only of the votes issue, but I heard that it's limited because we're in my way to state what's wrong. I think the best thing to do is have a conversation with either and sort of what we can do.
Thanks for that. And I love the proposal to the installation of fault control to the sites to be moved up. I think that it's really something that we didn't do. We discussed before. It's great. And I just want to acknowledge the new people and also the figures around the Backlands College. They had been in contact with me. They've done in the gun. They're really keen. Here's the money. Very enthusiastic, but I did have a really good conversation with Amy and Chris from the Exposed Community Trust person, and she was going to the college to meet with them, so she just wanted to have a talk with me about, what we've done, and we agreed that there's some history to this with Focus Play and ourselves and other communities in Kaikoui, where the college is doing obviously, as part of their educational programs, they're doing annually. This has come up before.
Yeah.
So there was kind of like, copy and paste. And I think this time we're getting some traction with it. And, I had tasked and some of the other years to produce, just to keep momentum rolling and also to introduce them to Focus Play with the things in our area that we've got up to it. So just so you know, it hasn't sort of fallen into limbo. It's obviously part of the assignment that has been given, and I assume it's the same teacher or dean from last year because it seems to be very similar. But at least these kids are really being which is spending support and editing our processes so that they can make things happen so they're all excited and then nothing happens.
Yeah.
So thank you for the work you're doing there, and just so you know that we're working on our end.
I think it's a part of the youth week. Ultimately, I've been involved with going up to the college and some of our primary schools because they were curious to what I do. And so through Alistair, the teachers there, decided we should teach them what to do, and we had a group on there. They didn't want to, I suppose, we didn't want to tell anyone what happens in the board and what the board could do. And so there were set assignments. And so over the last, I think, 4 years, we've been sitting there creating their own projects. This is the first year that they've actually really chased me up and hit my phone, hit my emails, hit my Facebook, hit everything. And I really, like I said to him, I appreciate the efforts because these kids, one thing that sticks out about them is they're tired of adults designing these spaces. And I have to acknowledge that that's the whole reason we've done Simpson Park the way it was done with the rangata. Because for far too long. Us old fellas had been deciding what our rangatahi needed or wanted, whereas what we should have done was created that space to allow them to, I suppose, share with us the aspirations for our community. After all, they're the ones who get and give it. So, yeah.
Right, okay, so we'll go back to Joe as mover, Roddy as seconder, to receive this it's carried. We'll just go through our action sheet and then we'll break for lunch. So, the recommendation that vote on summary community see the vote on summary eligible open resolution 4. Okay, we have supplements. Yeah, Joe, thank you. Shall take much to just go through these. The first one, the designation of the domain, that's moving along very slowly. Nothing to report, so it's going to be on that, so we'll move that in there. The second one, basically that that can be removed. That's that lease is being dealt with. The page, the Motor Caribbean dump station, the cease and desist has been put in place, and you'll see over on page 88 that is repeated here. So to leave that on there. We'll just leave the cease and desist on there. Your focus reasons to the name. I might actually stay there until we get some traction on it. The other, next one, Te Katakuria, directly for healthcare. Now the thing is, the next two items really relate to this, it's the Monterey Park House. Between and back to us. So yet I'm aware that we're now several months down the track and we actually haven't dealt with the item that we left July in relation to our halls and district facilities. And we're waiting to start a workshop on that. It's the talk lighter. And ask people not to get the talk lighter. So I think it could be a little bit time consuming. Jane, I think you had some questions to you in relation to the information supplied on the hall accounts and community facilities. I think we all had some queries information inconsistencies around the information we were receiving. Yes, we're lack of. So we might actually need a bit of a workshop time on that when it does come back as an agenda item. We might perhaps do a post meeting, see how next month pans out if we can get the report writer to come and address those two reports that we get right. Okay, yeah. So that's the next two items. And that last one, Colorado placemaking, I believe.
Well, they had public consultation last week, so that's the 3-week consultation period for them to sign off on the final design, to take feedback. The general approach was trying to get people to say what they could or couldn't live with. So if there were any items that were really a big issue, but otherwise there was no intent to redesign it yet again. So I understand they had some reasonably good conversations. We've got an independent placemaking expert who's doing the facilitation and the report. I am concerned about the timing of all the council papers that have to go so that we can get the work done in time for Christmas this year. So we still need to keep pressure up on the organisation itself to move this through so that we can start work in November in time for Christmas.
So the desire is to leave it there and wait.
Yes, please. Yeah, absolutely. Because we, if we can add in that this work is really needed to start in November to be completed no later than the 10th of December, that then, determines the timeline of things. Unfortunately, Jay has got leave owing and has disappeared. So we've now got another gap in that placemaking space, I think. Tammy's stepping in again.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll leave that on there for the next update.
Please. Yeah.
over the page, total-based steps. This has been slow moving, but as we know, everybody's extremely busy at the minute. So much going on with itself. I have though worked through what balance looking at the terms of reference. The terms of reference that we adopted as a board in our meeting were not really in line with the community board terms of reference and what we're trying to deal with here. So we actually have revisited that and redrafted some more suitable terms of reference. The other ones were based on the Transport Commission terms of reference. So a lot more thought has gone into that, and we are now awaiting some progress. We are awaiting meetings so that we can discuss the terms of reference with the working party group and have those amended formally to the community board. So that's still in progress. And the next one is the downstairs, and so we just discussed that. Is that something anything else from the community, or is it just been cool? No, we've only got the names that were given. Nobody has contacted me. I don't know the names that Councillor Pete gave us from the Gold Group last time around. And we are sort of the email addresses, the contacts that we've got. Waiting our first meeting, get together. Just as a side issue, I was down the border at the weekend. I have been down there for donkey's years, and I was staying opposite the beach, so I went down to the beach, and there's no steps going down off the recreation area that bounds it. Very similar to Taupo, actually, Taupo Bay. There's absolutely no steps going down. And there isn't, which is kind of, I thought was sort of interesting. There was no formal way that people had kind of created, a bit like at Taupo Bay, they created areas to get down through the dunes, but there was no, and there was a bit of dune regeneration work going on there, but there was actually no structures at all. And that's a pretty well used beach. I thought that was quite interesting. And a big beach, yeah. So what's the surface? Okay, so the current restrictions on this and other one energy lighting that can be removed. The lights and platforms in the basin. And as we think that is a great collaborative effort, and honestly, the value for money there, those lights are fabulous. Did a site visit in the morning with Stephen and staff. Yesterday, I can't remember what day it was. Over development, and they've got a couple of those lights in there on and they just put into the environment. They do, don't they? Yeah. So let's see what the light from us, because I think it's really exciting. And the fact that they're solar and we don't have to step with Benua, we don't have to rust through, do archaeological. It's just great. It's great. So thank you for those involved in that. Stephen's going. Okay. No further issues there to raise at yet. I'll put this recommendation to the vote. All those in support? Against? Very. Young breath for lunch. And Jane, just for your information, when we come back, we'll just have a brief workshop on the EV item 7.2.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that too.
So when do you want to come back? I'll go make a cup of tea.
What are we? 22.
2 o'clock?
20 minutes, half an hour. We'll try for 20 minutes.
I'll be back at 2.
Recommendation, half an hour. See you then.
Half an hour.
Into item 7.2, electric vehicle charging infrastructure proposal. I'll put the recommendation with a slight amendment that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board A endorses the exploration for the granting of leases for sites managed by the Whanau District Council to facilitate the installation of public EV charging infrastructure in off-street public car parks and in areas of council parks and reserves that are already in use as public parking spaces. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Tyler. We've had a discussion around this, and this will be going, this will come back to the board, so we don't need to deal with it any further today until we see how the feasibility study comes back, and then we can have another look at it and see how fit for purpose it is for our communities. So with that, I'll put it to the vote. All those in support? Aye. Against? Aye. Now we'll go to item 9.1 in public exclusion. I'll move that we go into public exclusion to discuss confirmation of previous minutes. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Dale. Might better leave as well. Yes. Next one. Okay, so I'll put the recommendation that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board confirm the minutes of the public exclusion meeting held on the 4th of June 2026 as a true and correct record. I note the secretarial note and those key points on the bottom of page 11. Have a second. Yep. Thank you, Joe. Madam Chair, I can give you an update. Right, so item 9.1 completes our business for the day, and I move that the confirmation of the previous minutes remain in public exclusion. Do I have a second? And that concludes our meeting for the day. Thank you, Jane, for joining us from Australia online.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I will ask Lawrence to please give us a close.
Thank you to the board for your robust thought, Harold, and one other and the total bit in front of you. You make the choices and decisions not for yourself, but for the community at large. So, community there. I'm going to cut you. Mana mai e te putanga puanga, mana mai e te putanga matariki, mana mai e te ariki o te rangi, mana mai e te mātahi o te tau. I tēnei wā te tau matata ki te noho tahi, ki te ata whakaaro ki te tau, ko hipa, o te nae nei, i te tau ke muri e tāta. Whanau, para mai te toki, a te hua ki rangi, paumi e, kui e,
tātai e.